Peace, family. Y'all know who it is. It's Bakari Lumumba, back once again, the progenitor of LumumbaSpeaks.com, a Black empowerment initiative where we believe we could gain a competitive advantage by always betting on Black. If you're out there, make sure you hit the subscribe and like button. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. So we're going to have a robust conversation once again this evening. As you all know, we believe in asking some critical questions in the Black community. I've always taken the position that we have external as well as internal enemies in the Black community when we talk about Black progress. And so today we're going to have a conversation regarding a piece, everyone. Appreciate you all tapping in the chat already. Does patriarchy help or hurt the Black community? As many of you know, I am a higher education administrator, higher education professional, and many people would know that are aware of the culture of higher education. It is a very pro-feminist place. And so oftentimes the question that comes up about that patriarchy is seen as something that is nefarious, something that is harmful to women and children and to the community overall. And there have been a number of vociferous arguments regarding why patriarchy is a detriment to the Black community. And so we're going to ask this question today, see what you all think. The link should be in the description. If it's not in the description, let me know. I'll put it here in the chat. You're free to tap in at any time and be part of the conversation. But as you all know, I have to go over the ground rules. And so some of the ground rules, first and foremost, we believe in diversity of thought here at Lumumba Speaks. So, hey, for me, you could disagree with me. I have no problem with that. You could say, I could say it's tomato. You could say it's tomato. I could say it's potato. You could say it's potato. No problem, right? The only issue that I take umbrage with is when someone starts spewing alternative facts or misinformation or information that's patently false. That's when it becomes an issue for me, right? This is my platform, and I don't allow people to project, disseminate information that is patently false. Just don't do that under any circumstances. Also, as you know, and I state this every show, and some people take umbrage with this, I don't allow anyone to use racial epithets when describing Black people, irrespective of their political views, their personal values, or even their geographic place of origin. We do not allow anyone to use racial epithets when describing Black people. And then, of course, last but not least, facts over feelings. Keyword is facts over feelings. We want to have an intellectually robust and extremely stimulating conversation about an issue that many people question. Does patriarchy help or hurt the Black community? I am someone who grew up in a patriarchal household, nuclear family. I'm someone who believes that patriarchy is a positive. However, we know that there's a litany of scholarship and peer-reviewed articles that argue the latter, right? That I argue the affirmative, they argue, the latter, so the negative. So therefore, we're going to have this conversation. I'm going to put the link in the chat, and then we're going to get this conversation started regarding do you believe that patriarchy helps, of course, or hurts the Black community? I make the argument that I think patriarchy is beneficial, and I'm going to kind of go over my views on this. So kind of my talking points, I guess you can say. So first and foremost, I think it's important to understand that oftentimes when Black patriarchy is critiqued, it's usually by intersectional feminists. And they argue that Black patriarchy is a composite of dysfunctional behaviors rooted in narcissism, violence, intimidation, and control. Many argue, particularly Bell Hooks, many of you may be familiar with Bell Hooks. She passed, unfortunately, last year. She transitioned. But she argues that patriarchal control limits people from fully expressing themselves, particularly Black boys. She makes this argument in her book, We Are Real Cool. I would also argue that oftentimes when Black men are critiqued, when Black patriarchy is critiqued, those who critique Black patriarchy, particularly intersectional feminists, tend to pathologize Black men and Black behavior in the same manner that racist feminists, racist white men and women did in the 18th and 19th centuries. Bell Hooks even makes the rather provocative, and I would argue ridiculous argument that the sexual abuse of children is rooted in patriarchy. So, of course, that is something that maybe someone here is familiar with her scholarship. This is the argument that she makes in her book, We Are Real Cool. So hopefully someone can try to unpack that. I think that was absolutely nonsensical, particularly and we'll get into that. Another argument that oftentimes is made is that Black men try to be patriarchs to emulate white men. I argue that this is patently false. We know that several classical, Middle Age, and even modern African civilizations were had patriarchal societies. We look at some seminal texts such as Walter Rodney's How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. He talks about the numerous patriarchal societies in African culture, even argues that when white power came in, Black women lost their positions and status, and positions of power and status in, of course, the African society. Chinua Achebe, Things Fall Apart, is another example of pre-colonial gives an example of a pre-colonial African patriarchal society. Even here in the New World, particularly in America, the book by Dr. William Stokely, who I actually had the pleasure of meeting, and I have the book here, Hattiesburg, an American city in black and white. I had the pleasure of meeting Dr. Stokely, and I think he even signed my book. Yes, he did. He talks about how in the African American community in Hattiesburg, they developed strong nuclear families because they believed that was how they can develop a strong community. And it turned out that they were right. So this wasn't an issue of us trying to emulate white people. As we know, there are numerous forms of African cultural retention in African American culture. Another critique when we talk about black patriarchy and excuse me, I can't talk today. Viewing black men from a negative pathological framework. Dr. Farrah Jasmine Griffin, right? She's professor of African American literature at Columbia University. She wrote a chapter in the book Sisters in the Struggle entitled Ironies of a Saint. And she talked about how, yes, Malcolm X was a strong black man. He was for liberation. He wanted to protect black women, but that protection of black women also came in line with there being an expectation of subordination and compliance to black patriarchal authority. I think anyone who is in a situation in which they are being protected by someone, the person who's doing the protecting, the person who's willing to put their life on the line is going to expect that the person that they're protecting is going to follow their lead and follow their instruction. I think this is just common sense. I argue that this form of critique is really rooted in shrinking black men, right? We even know if we look at pop culture, and I'm not a fan of pop culture, but Young Jeezy, he married this Asian woman. Her name was Gina May, something like that. And I think she came out publicly and stated that she was happy that she was married to Young Jeezy and that she didn't want to be the leader in the home. She wanted Jeezy to be the leader. And a lot of women came out and became apoplectic, right? And was making the argument of, oh, she's trying to steal our men, right? Another contemporary example, there's a situation in Shreveport, Louisiana, I think it was at Southeast High School, to where in a matter of, I think, maybe 2 weeks, there have been 23 fights and arrests of students. So fathers in the community got together, created an organization called DOD, that's an acronym for Dads on Duty. They showed up and said, we're going to be in shifts of men throughout the school day. The kids said not only did they feel safe in the school with the fathers there, but that the tough love and gentle affection that they received from the fathers, from that point on, there were no arrests, there were no fights in the school, right? So we know that we see contemporary examples of fathers taking a leadership role, not only in the home, but in the community, and the positive result of that, right? So I think last but not least, when we talk about facts, data, statistics, so on and so forth, I think it's important that we understand if you ever look at any statistics on child abuse, children being abused, etc., what we find is that children are less likely to be abused when the father is in the home, right? And so many people would take umbrage with that, but these are the facts of the case, right? They are less likely to have behavioral issues, emotional issues, less likely to have low self-esteem, so on and so forth. And so I think, right, that patriarchy is a positive. I think most individuals who seek to paint patriarchy as a negative, I think oftentimes do so in a disingenuous manner. I make the argument that oftentimes, unfortunately, when individuals tend to talk about patriarchy, they look at it like this man who comes in the home like a brute, fee, fi, fo, fum, where's my food? Everyone shut up, woman, you can't think. And of course, as I said before, growing up in a patriarchal household, that's not what I experienced, nor is that what I saw in the community. So I personally think that those are misnomers. Are there individuals who engage in that behavior? Yes, but that's because those individuals, in my particular opinion, are scumbags. not due to the fact that that is what patriarchy is about. I've always been taught and even argued that when someone is a patriarch, they are the bottom, they are the foundation, they are the base. And in theory, they're supposed to make sure that everything that they say and do is in the best interest of the family, meaning the wife and of course the children. So with that being said, I'm going to open things up for everyone. If you want to tap in, be part of the conversation. Once again, we're discussing does patriarchy help or hurt the Black community? Brother Kenyatta from Chi-Town.
Hey, how you doing, bro?
I'm doing quite all right. How are you?
I'm well.
Very good. Good to hear. All right. So yeah, I kind of said my piece. Hopefully we get some people to tap in and be part of this conversation. But I'm going to give it to you and let you give your perspective on the question this evening.
The question is patriarchy good for the Black family?
Does it help or hurt the Black community?
Patriarchal. It depends on what context and definition of patriarchy are we working from.
Okay. Can you elaborate on that?
Well, patriarchy or patriarchal has a benign definition, just like words like democracy or freedom and things of that nature. They have relatively benign definitions, but when you look at application, separate and apart from the simple base definition, meaning that fathers leading the household and lineage and resources go down from the father to the son. So in application, patriarchy has been extremely harmful to the Black family as a whole, and all components of the Black family: the father, the mother, the children, and the elders in function and application in this context. Many of the ways that it has been harmful is that again, you can't separate patriarchy, meaning the men as head and rulership. And when you look at the nature of the society, capitalist, competitive, exploitive, oppressive, racist, sexist, misogynist, and all those other factors that are intertwined and related to the Black family and to patriarchy, it is extremely corrupted and a dysfunctional concept that has driven a lot of what I call maladaptation and mimicry. Black men mimicking or using white men as the standard or the role model. Black men and women mimicking the European standard and roles of the family as a production unit under capitalism and in modern industrial society. So I fully understand people's aversion to patriarchy under capitalism and white hegemony. And I also have to acknowledge the harmful impacts on Black men specifically that holding to these warped notions of patriarchy and male domination.
Well, so let me ask you this: how does, because the statistics show that children actually are more likely to be abused physically, sexually, and have behavioral issues and maladaptation issues when the father is not in the home. So how do you explain that?
A father in the home does not necessarily delineate a patriarchy. You can have a father and a mother in the home and have a matriarchal system. You can have a father and a mother in the home and have a patriarchal system. You can have a father and a mother in the home and have an anarchal system where there is no individual who has dominant influence or role. So the man simply being present does not make a patriarchy. Are you familiar with the concept of racial realism?
Yes, I've read up on it before. It was a while ago, but.
And so racial realism is simply white races taking statistics, raw statistics and numbers, and using that to extrapolate meaning and context. So they look at statistics about black men in incarceration, black men in dropout rates, black men in absence from the fatherhood. And they conclude that based on simply the numbers, it's just the numbers, that black men are in fact inferior, have a genetic predisposition to
Yes,
commit
indeed.
crime and abandon their children.
Wow.
So it is the
Is that,
same with
that's one of the subtenets of critical race theory. That's why they push back against racial realism and advocate for counter storytelling. But go right ahead.
yeah. So also when we look at, and then I'm sure you being a scholar yourself are very familiar with the concept of correlation and causation. And if we look at some of the research of Dr. Linwood Tauheed, I'm sorry I didn't have it present available, but Dr. Linwood Tauheed in his doctoral research at the University of Missouri, Kansas City, had done a lot of research on the economics of fatherhood and how economics impact the presence or absence of fathers. And he found that more so than the individual man's morality, or the morality of the white man versus the morality of the black man, or the commitment of the white man to the family versus the commitment of the black, he found that there are very strong material factors that influence the presence or absence of men or fathers in the home under white hegemony and under the capitalist system. And he found that men who tend to have greater access to resources, greater opportunity, greater social and economic mobility, that have a greater access to resources, income, inheritance of that nature, are more likely to find permanent pair bonds and remain in those relationships. Whereas relationship instability is charts directly proportional to social, societal, economic instability. So what we really found that is more so than the personal standards of the man or the morality of the man and the woman, it's more so the person's perceived or actual status within the community and the house was more of a factor in the man being present. And then we also find in these stable relationships where the man remains due to resources, they also have more resources to support the other members of the family. So of course, if you have economic stability, social, environmental supports and stability, your children will be healthier. So it is a combination of a factor. So you can't simply go to at-risk, oppressed, maladaptive households and simply tossing a man through the door of every household will not necessarily translate into these positive outcomes without, in addition to the man being there, these other factors being available.
When I would argue, don't just throw a man in a home. I would hope that it's the father. And then once again, it depends on what type of father that person is, right? Even with the mom as well. You stated something that was rather curious. I mean, you said that patriarchy actually is harmful to men. Could you tap in, and why do you think that?
Well, we find with the if you look at health and life expectancy, chronic disease, acute injury, you'll find that people who study violence, interpersonal violence, social violence, incarceration rates, proclivities for violence, find that a lot of, oh, here's the book right here. Sorry. I was just looking in this book. This is a book,
I see it.
Rising Up and Rising Down, Some Thoughts on Violence, Freedom, and Urgent Means. This is basically a researcher, a social researcher who's gone all over the world studying violence and people engaged, military violence, interpersonal violence, intimate violence. And he said that he's concluded that one of the key factors in all acts of violence are concepts of identity. That how a person views themselves and their relationship to the world is one of the leading tales as to when and why and how someone will engage in violence. So I'm sure you being a black man who's navigated the black community, me being a black man, we've seen brothers lash out violently based on challenged or damaged egos when it was really not necessary. There was just a brother shot in Detroit because I don't know if you know. I'm sorry?
I said very much so. We'd be like, hey, there was no need to have that type of response.
Right. So there was a brother, and I'm sure we don't have to go over the black male homicide rates,
Fratricide. Yeah.
especially for black men between the ages of 15 and 25.
Yeah.
We don't, and so there was a brother just in Detroit who was holding the elevator for some women to get on. And there was a brother already on the elevator who was ready to go. And so he said, stop holding the door. And the other brother said, I'm just holding the door, waiting for these sisters to come down the hallway. Anyway, the brother shot him and exited the building. So that is, a lot of that is tied to manhood, ego, self-perception, perceived threats versus actual threats, the obligation to defend one's manhood, or the obligation or the entitlement or the right to use violence.
I would also argue that it comes from an unhealthy concept and perception of manhood, masculinity, so on and so forth. Like I stated before, the studies show, particularly from the National Child Abuse Hotline, from what's this organization, the Children's Bureau, that what we find is it was when you control for socioeconomic status, when you control for race, when you control for political views, and you even control for religious beliefs, what we tend to find is that young men who do not grow up with their father in the home tend to be more violent. This is a reality. Even when you control for all those other factors, hyper aggressive men. This is a reality. That boys that don't grow up.
I don't know if you think I'm not arguing against the presence of fathers.
Okay.
I'm arguing against patriarchy. It seems to me that you have concluded that the fact that a man is in the house is patriarchy. A father being present, or a father being in a stable relationship with the mother and being present in his children's life translates automatically to patriarchy?
No.
Okay. So I'm definitely in favor, as a father myself, as a man who grew up without a father in the home, and as a man who's,
I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Something happened. Can't hear you. Something happened. And you're not muted. You didn't mute yourself, so I don't know why we can't hear you. But Bawana, you said matriarchy seems to be working just great for black men. Tap in and explain what you mean by that. Bag 764 states, black patriarchy is a must for stable-minded men to guide, protect, and counsel their families. A good woman will be there to advise and support. So I need you all to tap in, be part of the conversation. Brother Kenyatta, now you've muted yourself. Just see if we can unmute you and get you back in the conversation. Yeah, you've muted yourself. Yeah, it says your mic isn't connected, so you must have took it out. Yeah, it's saying your mic isn't connected. So have you reconnected your mic? Okay. Oh, he said 1 moment. Okay, because I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we're good. We're good.
I can't hear you.
God, oh my.
Oh, wait a second. Now I got to.
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Computer, 1 second. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I can hear you now too.
Okay,
this
no
is a janky computer. I'm just holding it together with chewing gum and Scotch tape. So hopefully,
right.
I just won't touch it But okay. I think we're confusing. I have some confusion here. A man being in the house does not render that house a patriarchal relationship. Correct. Or patriarchal home.
Correct.
A woman being in a house does not make the house matriarchal. A woman could live be a single woman and still experience patriarchy, still live under patriarchy. A woman could remain single her entire life and still experience and live under patriarchy. A man can live his whole life never being married and still be patriarchal. You do have relationships that are patriarchal in nature, but that simply a man, you can't say, well, man being in the house means better outcomes for children, therefore patriarchy is good.
Well, hold on.
That does not translate.
So I would say this: what the statistics show that the father being at home does bring a likelihood of better outcomes for the children.
Okay.
I didn't say patriarchy, but the statistics show that.
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay.
I live that. I apply that. I advocate for that. But then we have to say, does a man being in the house, does the man have to be patriarchal in order to experience these positive outcomes?
Now that's an interesting question.
So I think patriarchy is taking credit for a lot of shit that patriarchy has little to nothing to do with. Let's have some examples in popular culture so we can understand, right? The Cosby Show. Was that a patriarchal household?
Yes.
What made the Cosby Show patriarchal?
Well, so I would say this, and I just read some literature about this earlier today. In the Cosby Show, we saw there being a dynamic of male and female equality between, of course, Mr. Huxtable and, of course, Miss Huxtable. However, in the TV show, they did put Mr. Huxtable in a position where, even though they had conversations, like in most nuclear family patriarchal households like the one I grew up in, he was the one who was considered the leader and the one that disseminated information to, of course, the children.
How? Can you give us examples?
I would have to go back and watch the show.
Well, okay, let's find another household. Good Times.
Oh my God.
Was Good Times a patriarchal household?
I would argue no.
When the father was there?
I would argue no.
Why and how did Good Times, while the episodes before James died, when James was still alive, how was that not a patriarchal household?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I've probably only watched 1 or 2 episodes of Good Times.
Okay, so we can't use.
I'm gonna be real with you. Now maybe the Fresh Prince would be an example.
The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Yes.
That was a patriarchal household.
Yes.
What made that a patriarchal household as opposed to a matriarchal household?
Well, I would say it made it a patriarchal household because all decisions had to go through Uncle Phil.
Have you seen many episodes of The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air?
I've watched every episode from doing syndication and even now. Great.
Do you have some specific examples?
I could give an example. When Ashley dropped out of school, she, of course, when she told Uncle Phil, "Hey, you're gonna go back to school." I can use another example when Will's father.
Oh, let's not run. Let's not run.
Okay.
You're saying that Ashley dropped out of school.
Well, she dropped out of Bel-Air Prep and went to a public school.
What was the mother's position on that decision?
Be honest. I think the mother's position was she took issue with the fact that she lied. She was lying to them.
No, in terms of she dropped out of school. The father used his patriarchal authority to force her to go back to the school.
Yes, initially he sided with his daughter and said, "Okay, you can keep going to the school." But when the teacher came to try to convince him that the public school was the best place to go, she had to go talk to Uncle Phil. She didn't talk to Aunt Viv. She had to go talk to Uncle Phil.
You said she had to go talk.
That's who she had to meet with. Yeah.
Why?
That was the episode. I can't tell you why to write that. That was the episode. That's what happened.
And the mother had no say.
I didn't say she didn't have any say, but I said the buck stopped with him.
Do you imagine in this fictional world, if they had spoken to? Okay, let's come back to the real world, because I think it's pretty weighed. You have to kind of struggle to be like, to paint patriarchy. Patriarchy is not as clear as it or as simple as it seems. Let's look at the Obama family, a very public family.
Mm-hmm.
Is the Obama family, from your point of view, based on our limited information of this public family who's lived in the public view, are they a patriarchal family?
I have no idea. Straight up, I couldn't tell you. I do not. Right. I don't know. Then what I can say is what I experienced in my household
with your wife.
No, growing up, and what my friends that I had experienced, it was the same as what I experienced in my home. That mom was an authority figure. When when there was a decision to be made, mom and dad talked about it, And when the decision was made, Dad was the one that communicated that decision to us. I can share with my experience and the experience of my friends growing up in the 80s and 90s in a middle-sized Midwestern city, that if we engaged in behavior that was considered egregious, our mother would say, "I'm gonna tell your dad when he gets home," and we would, "Oh no, you ain't got to do that. We're gonna act like we're Buddhist monks, and we're gonna be as pious as possible." I can state what I experienced growing up, and it was a positive for me. My parents are still married to this day, 45 years.
Okay, I got something that's really gonna mess you up, right? I was raised by a single grandmother, right? My father was incarcerated. My mother was addicted to drugs. So my grandmother, we were going to end up in the foster care system. So my grandmother adopted me and my siblings. She was a single. She was married, but by the time she took us in, she was separated or divorced from her husband. She had 5 sons and 1 daughter, my mother, and then she raised me and my siblings. My single grandmother ran a patriarchal home. It was a patriarchal household. What made it patriarchal? She was a devout Christian. She believed that men should have ultimate authority, and she conducted herself. My brother and I had opportunities and privileges and were giving certain authority over our sister, and she had certain restrictions against my sister, not necessarily based on her capabilities,
but based on her gender,
but strictly based on her gender. My grandmother had 5 sons, and she raised up all of her sons, who are the ones who are still alive, but maybe for my oldest uncle kind of broke from that, and I broke from that. But my uncles, by and large, were raised to be patriarchs, to hold to patriarchal values, patriarchal worldview, and so on and so forth. But I see some of my uncles evolved out of that, most of them actually, and only a couple out of my 5 uncles really held to that up until.
So I'm gonna say this: it sounds like it was a sexist household rather than a patriarchal household. And the reason why I'm going to say that is, in my family, in the picture the picture that I have up for this episode is a family picture of us in July of 1984. As you can see in the picture, my sister's the oldest. Even though it was a patriarchal household, things were based on who was the oldest. So my sister was the one who was in charge because she was the oldest. To this day, my sister's the one who is the executor of my parents' estate because she's the oldest. So I think that you can have a patriarchal household without there being sexism regarding the genders of the children. For example, I practice gender equality with my children. Whatever my son gets to do, my daughter gets to do.
That's not patriarchy.
Well, once again, so I'm going to say this. I think patriarchy can evolve. It doesn't have to be.
Evolve into something. Here's the thing. You talk to somebody who's pro-capitalist, and they will say, well, if you look at equal opportunity, profits, competition for there's all these positive components. Is the United States a patriarchal system in society?
Yes.
Took you a second.
No, I was reading the comments. That's why.
Oh,
go ahead.
United States is patriarchal, right? Is patriarchy within the United States of America positive or negative?
In the United States of America, it is negative.
Is the Christian church patriarchal?
No. Well, no, wait.
They literally call the head of the church the patriarch.
All right, so hold on. So this is why I'm going to say this, and I think this is I think this is nuanced. Number one,
answer my question first. Answer my question.
I would argue it's tough for me to say yes or no, and the reason why is I would say yes, but I would say
you don't want to be honest.
No, I am being honest.
You were raised in the Christian church.
Unfortunately, right? So this is what I'm going to say. The Black church, in my opinion, is patriarchal.
I didn't ask you about the Black church.
Oh, you just said church, period.
I said Christianity, the theology, the religion, the
theology,
the dogma, the rituals, the practice.
Okay. So the religion, yes. Okay, the religion, yes.
Christianity is patriarchal.
Yes.
Is capitalism patriarchal?
I would have presumed that it is.
Right. So we have all these literally omnicide. Omnicide means the death and destruction of all things. Genocide is the killing of people. Homicide is the
Systematically.
killing of a person.
Yes.
Ecocide is the destruction of ecosystems.
Mm-hmm.
So when you have a system that is killing people and the ecosystem, destroying biodiversity, that's an omnicidal system.
Right.
Right. And you think that, and I think that patriarchy is a product, is bred up out of these systems. It's bred up out of these systems. And what I think you attempt to do is that you conflate stability, responsibility, or you attribute stability, responsibility, cooperation,
leadership,
nurturing leadership, and you just put that under the ability of patriarchy. Even though we have evidence that when patriarchy is applied on a societal scale, just the opposite of these things tend to be the ultimate outcome.
I'm going to say this. One, it's because there are different expressions of patriarchy, in my personal opinion. The second issue is the reason why I come to this decision is because of my personal experience. And which I tell people all the time, for me, experience is the best teacher. And as I stated before, I know from experience that if I'm in a position, right, in the household, right, I'm going to be blamed for something that goes bad, even if I'm the one making the decisions or not. This has been my life experience. So I tell people, I take the Kobe Bryant rule. If I'm going to be blamed for us losing the game, I'm going to take the goddamn last shot. Nothing's going to happen in my home without me knowing about it, because if something's going on in my home and I don't know about it and something nefarious or negative happens, that's seen on me as being a bad parent. If something happens to your child and you didn't know what was going on, you could be charged with negligent assault. This is a reality. So for me, in my personal perspective, this is what's applied. And what I've seen from my network of friends, this is what's been applied, and it's been applied in a positive manner. So I would argue that there are different expressions of patriarchy. I know several women who've been in relationships and say, I want to be with a patriarchal man. I want to be with a man who takes the leadership, who has an initiative to do X, Y, Z, so I don't have to.
It sounds like you're asserting, like when I tell people about the destructions of Christianity and people start explaining to me about how the Lord has worked in my life, and telling me how good the God has been to me and how Christianity helps me. And therefore, this larger oppressive and destructive system, this larger and oppressive worldview and social construct, because it benefits you personally. Or you talk to the black man and you say, well, you talk to an Uncle Tom and you say, well, we want to defund the police. And they say, what? I've been pulled over and the police have always treated me with respect. And I've always been helped by the police. And I've got several examples of police getting kittens out of trees and helping people. And so that validates this larger overarching oppressive system or structure.
Well, so this is what I'm going to say, number one. Number two, I think that's a false comparison. I think that's apples to oranges, not apples to apples. Number two, as I stated before, I would argue that the black community is matriarchal in nature. And what we're seeing, the fruit of that matriarchal community isn't something that isn't positive. We know children are more likely to be victims of sexual or physical abuse growing up in matriarchal female-ran households. The data doesn't lie. These are facts. Right. And one of the reasons, I don't know why this is the case with American women, but American women, for some reason, tend to be extremely cavalier when it comes to the protection of their children. I don't know why that's the case. I know you've probably traveled abroad, but for some reason in America, that is a reality. The second issue is, as I said it before, there are different perspectives, different ways of practicing patriarchy. I would argue that the original concept, wealth, lineage, everything is passed down through the man. That's not something that I'm advocating. But as I stated before, there would never be a time where I take myself at a position of power in my own household. To me, that's nonsensical. I'll give you another example. I remember I was in a relationship. This is probably 12 years ago. I was married. Well, it's more than 12 years ago. And of course, I'm paying the bills. And I remember there was a situation where my ex-wife and I got in an argument. And she was like, well, you're sleeping on the couch. And I started laughing. She said, what's so funny? I said, you watch too much TV. I said, there's no way I'm sleeping on the couch in a place where I pay the money. That ain't never going to happen. I said, you can sleep on the couch. That don't happen in a place where I'm paying the bills. So like I said, for me,
I don't understand how that's relevant, but you know something that's very curious to me.
No, what I'm saying is that I would never advocate for me not being in a position of power in my household.
Okay, if it sounds like a pretty, like you think someone is threatening you.
I'm just saying
I mean,
that's not
just
something
the
I
fact
would
that you have the position of power. I mean, I guess okay, but something curious. Last week when we kind of went down this road, and now you stated that men are going to be blamed for things regardless of whether or not we're responsible. So we might as well step up and take responsibility.
No, that's not what I said.
I said
what
that
I stated was that men are damned if they do, damned if they don't. And so as I stated, like I just said 5 minutes ago, we might as well be the ones making the decisions so that if we do get the blame for something going wrong, at least we're the one making the decision.
You said men will be blamed. We're damned if we do, we damned if we don't. I literally restated this to you. Go back and watch last week's show. I literally stated to you that your position, and there was another brother on the feed as well, the Vodun brother, or the Yoruba, I think he was Yoruba, spiritualist brother. I said, you assert that men take the blame. And there was another term called ultimate responsibility, that men carry ultimate responsibility. And even for the things we are accountable for, and even things that are beyond our control and beyond our responsibility, we still carry the blame for it. You said that you in your personal relationship, women have done things that you had nothing to do with, that you even tried to circumvent. But when those things were done, you were blamed anyway.
I didn't accept the blame, though.
And that was one of your reasons why men need to step up and assert their authority and are justified in stepping up and asserting authority.
And I also stated, stated that part of that is, hey, you also need to know you have the power to what? Remove yourself from that situation if you're with someone who is unwilling to take responsibility for their actions and try to what? Extrapolate that onto you.
So you said that men are responsible and men that take the blame. But then you just turned around and heaped a shit ton of blame on matriarchy and matriarchal households. But what I think you failed to grasp is your position is all things good is patriarchy. Instead of accepting the reality that patriarchal systems have given us, you pretty much reject those facts. And since you want patriarchy to be good, you simply redefine what patriarchy is and reappropriate the negative things that patriarchy brings and reappropriate that to something else like matriarchy. A patriarchy is not defined as men in the house.
That's not what I said.
But you keep going back to that.
A lot of these, in my view, is the man being the leader in the home.
That these single mother households, can a single mother household be a patriarchal household?
I think it could be a sexist household. I don't think it could be a patriarchal household. In my eyes, a patriarchal household is a home member. There's the man, an adult male is the leader.
That's not what. Yes, that is one of the patriarchal household. Can a woman be patriarchal? You said yes, right?
She can have patriarchal views, but she can have patriarchal views. But I would say this, and this is what
no. What's the difference between being patriarchal and having so you're saying no woman can be patriarchal?
I just stated my working definition of patriarchy is that there's an adult male in the home that is the leader.
I'm sorry to inform you, but patriarchy extends well beyond intimate relationships.
I never said it had anything to do with intimate relationships.
And families. You understand that, right?
Yes, but I never brought that up.
You shouldn't have to bring it up. If you're discussing patriarchy, you cannot limit patriarchy into intimate relationships. And when I say intimate, I don't mean strictly sexual. When I say intimate relationships, right? You cannot say, well, I'm going to ignore the patriarchal military, the patriarchal religion, the patriarchal economy, the patriarchal educational system, and just limit. And I'm only going to look at interpersonal, intimate relationships of the family and the patriarchy elements of that. And I'm going to pretend like all these other patriarchal components don't impact that.
So here's the reality of the situation. And this is something that many feminists do. When they argue that white supremacists might white male cis heterosexual patriarchal supremacy. When the reality is we know that white women who are feminists, right, who are queer, are just as white supremacists and support these systems as well. Right. So it isn't just patriarchy that's the issue for white supremacy.
Well, ain't no white women here. So we're going to talk as black men. Right? So we're going to bring it back to your definition of patriarchy. You have to acknowledge that your definition of patriarchy is too limited to this discussion, because I'm not here to talk about strictly male-headed households, because believe it or not, a woman can be patriarchal. A woman can support the patriarchy, and a woman can conduct her lifestyle that validates, supports, and advances patriarchy. Without no men, you could have, just like you can have a dozen black people in a room, and white, I don't like the term white supremacy, but white hegemony, white domination, Western theories, Western values are dominant and being advocated for and advanced. You can have a black man over a global white system of imperialism.
Obama.
Yes. So understanding where you say these matriarchal women, so you with your incomplete
working
definition of patriarchy says, well, if a woman is in the home alone, like let's say I left my home and never to return. I go out to get some milk and don't come back. Does my home automatically revert to a matriarchal house?
I'm sorry?
Let's say I leave my house right now and I leave my sons and wife behind and I never return. Does my home become a matriarchal house?
I don't know the internal dynamics of your home.
So but you do acknowledge, there's one thing you do know. My wife becomes a single mother. Does that make her home a matriarchal home? I was raised by a single woman, a grandmother, but our home was structured, the value systems, the structure, the dynamic of my home was patriarchal.
How old is your grandmother?
What do you mean, how old was she?
I'm just asking, how old is she?
She has passed away.
Okay, what year was she born?
In her 90s.
Okay, what year was she born? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay, so we could argue maybe 30s, 40s, or something like that.
Yeah, she came up in Jim Crow.
Okay, so we tend to find that in female-led households with women who were born and raised during that time frame. We tend not to find that in today's day and age.
I'm not talking about the day and age.
I'm just being real with you, brother.
Okay, fine. But still. In fact, most women I meet, single mothers, even young girls, they tend to be patriarchal in their orientations as well as men.
How so?
Well, you talked about how children are sexually abused when there's a single mother. If you go back and look at a lot of these stories, who are the main predators of the children of single mothers?
The man that the woman brought into the home.
And the reason why the woman allows those men to come in and have free and unfettered access to their children is because they want a man's presence to be authoritarian. A lot of times, the women do not have proper mistrust. They do not assert the appropriate authority and don't put the appropriate limitations.
I would disagree. I would argue that happens because many modern women believe that fatherhood is fluid and fathers are fungible. In fact, and I hate to bring up personal anecdotes, but I used to work with the Montgomery County Fatherhood Initiative, right? And of course, Dayton, Ohio is the county seat of Montgomery County. And we would find situations where there would be women who would say, hey, I just want to have a baby. If I'm struggling financially, I would just move a guy in the house. And we would talk to him and say, well, listen, if you're able to move a 25, 30, 35, 40-year-old man in your home at the drop of a dime, that means that man is unstable. Right? You didn't think about these type of things. So I would argue that it wasn't because they wanted someone to be a protector and controller of their children. It was because they see fathers and fatherhood as something that is fluid and fungible.
So
and
women are more culpable in the explosion of single parent household than the fathers.
I would argue yes. And I would tell you why.
Because these young fathers, these young men who are impregnating women, some of them several women, actually want to be active and present fathers. So but the women will not allow them to be active and present fathers.
I experienced that in my divorce.
I didn't ask you about your divorce. I asked about the 70+% of Black households that don't have a father in them.
And I'm saying yes. If you do any work, with the Fatherhood Initiative, if you do any work going down to the family courts, you will find that the majority of the time, the women are keeping the children from the dad.
I didn't ask you about keeping children from the dad. Now you've jumped to another discussion.
Oh yeah, so Love asked that it's not fluid, they're scrambling, but this is a reality.
I didn't ask you about that. I asked you a question and you answered
some
other
what's the question again? I'm sorry.
Again, the question I initially asked was, women are more culpable in the explosion of single-parent household than the fathers of the children.
Yes, because they're the ones who
control. And you said yes. And then I said, these young men or men in general of various ages who are impregnating women actually want to be present fathers and husbands within a family unit, and the woman will not allow them to.
And I said yes, and I would give it. There was a study done by the CDC that showed that Black men were more involved with the rearing and nurturing.
That's a whole different. See, you conflate. I know that.
Listen, I mean, you're asking me. That is a very long and robust question. And what I'm telling you is that from the work I've done, from my own personal experience, and from the work I've done with the Montgomery County Fatherhood Initiative, I will say yes. I'm gonna bring this up. Kevin Samuels, he's passed away, but we've seen this on his platform. Numerous women call in, say that they're baby mamas, and say the father wanted to marry me, and I said I don't want to get married. This is a reality that's going on in today's day and age, where women want to have children, but women do not want to have families. This is a personal anecdote. Hold on. This is a personal anecdote. But in the past 3 years, I've had 8 women come to me and would ask me would I simply impregnate them, but they didn't want to get married, they didn't want to have a family, they didn't want to have a relationship. Would you just get me pregnant? This is a reality nowadays. Literally.
Going back. So your personal anecdotes, the 8 women, Kevin Samuels.
The Montgomery County Fatherhood Initiative. That's the work I did. The Montgomery County Fatherhood Initiative. You can look it up, you can Google it. This is a reality.
Okay.
Now you don't have to accept that, but I guarantee you, if you go out on the street and ask women, would you rather be a wife and a mother or just have a baby? Yes, Kevin Samuels was very Eurocentric. That was one of my major critiques of him, Brother B. Quillan. That was a major critique I had of him when I discussed him when he passed. That was a major critique of mine about Kevin Samuels.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Because why is it so?
But hold on real quick. Brother B. Quillan says, that's crazy. He's not lying. I had 2 girls ask me that as well. But go right ahead with the question.
You say that women don't want to, and I understand that women are definitely opting out of marriage. Statistics don't lie. But when they are interviewed and when they are engaged by the public, they say, what do they say is the major reason they don't want to be in marriages?
I don't know. The only thing I've ever heard was they didn't want to. And I hate to say this because these are things like of course, when I was part of the Fatherhood Initiative, and then interviews that I've seen is that they didn't want to be under a man's leadership.
Why?
They wanted to be able to do whatever they wanted. Straight up.
Okay. All right.
I mean, you're asking me these questions, and based on my personal experience being in the Fatherhood Initiative, personal conversation, I would even give another example. When so I have 2 children, a 15-year-old son, a 12-year-old daughter. When my daughter was 3 years old, I tried to reconcile with her mother. And so we had a period where we reconciled. My daughter was 3 years old. She was in kindergarten, turned 4 in preschool. She was in preschool. She had my daughter's bedtime at 11 o'clock at night. Had her watching reality TV shows like Love and Hip Hop, all those reality TV shows. So I said, man, what the heck are you doing? You can't. Her bedtime needs to be much earlier. You need to be reading with her at night. So of course I came in, started doing this stuff with my daughter. I took my daughter out of the school she was in, put her in a private school that was it was multicultural. It wasn't African center, but that was close as we can get. And the mom was like, man, I feel like you're undermining me because you're doing all these things that I wasn't doing. And this became problematic. So once again, I hate to lean on personal experience, but even being part of the Fatherhood Initiative, where I was a facilitator and talking to men who were white, Black, Asian, Latino, Arab, sharing the same stories. I'm like, damn, this is a real issue. To where even if you're doing the right thing, for some women, it's a problem.
All right. Here you're talking to a lot of men.
Yeah, and I'm not making this up. This is something I did for years.
I'm not accusing you of.
And I volunteer, because I'm saying this because I know, and we've both experienced this, where people come up with these farcical tales about particular issues. But I've put some receipts on the things I share. I can remember I share those documents with you to provide some receipts to show you that when I'm making claims, I'm not making these things up. You see what I'm saying? Like, these are real issues that I've seen when I was working with the Montgomery County Fatherhood Initiative. Look, these are things I've experienced in my own life. There was a problem because I said, no, she don't need to be watching those type of TV shows. We need to be sitting down reading with her. She need to go to bed at an earlier time. Oh, you think I'm a bad mother? Well, call a spade a spade.
Okay. Listen, I can't really. I'm not going to try to deny or debate your personal experiences. I'm sorry to hear all that. But heading back to the reality of patriarchy and Black families, I think that the only way one can conclude that patriarchy is a good thing is if they literally, intensely redefine that. You have to essentially redefine what patriarchy is.
And I think that's what I'm doing.
And I think that's in many ways unhealthy, because I think that patriarchy, like I said, is harmful even in the absence of relationships. I think that it is driving most of the most oppressive institutions that we encounter in life are patriarchal. I think that patriarchy under capitalism and white hegemony cannot be deemed something. Most hierarchies,
I think it would be the same if it was under a matriarchy, because it's rooted in white hegemony. And I can say that I think that these institutions that you're speaking of, if it was under a matriarchal system, it still would be as oppressive. For example,
yes, we can speculate.
I'm an example. I work in higher education.
You can't give me an example. Wait.
The bastion of white supremacy.
Give me a moment.
Of white supremacy and higher education is an industry that is dominated by women.
Listen to me. Listen to me. We can speculate what white domination and capitalism and academia would look like under.
I'm not speculating. I've experienced it.
We can speculate what it would look like under matriarchy, but we actually are living the reality of patriarchy.
Well, I've been living in reality. I've been a higher ed professional for the past 10 years. So I'm speaking from experience.
that higher education is a patriarchal institution.
I said that is a female-dominated matriarchal institution.
So you're saying that higher education is matriarchal. It is dominated by women.
Yes, it is.
The curriculum is female or woman-centric.
Particularly in educational studies.
The funders, the administrators, it is matriarchal and feminist.
Yes, particularly in educational studies. Yes, absolutely. And there is scholarship to support.
So now that you said education, the university system, the formal education system, you're saying that it has some departments that are matriarchal?
Yes.
But overall, is it matriarchal?
No.
Overall, it is patriarchal.
It's white patriarchal.
Is there any other type of patriarchy?
Yes.
What other type of patriarchy is it?
You have black patriarchy, you have Asian patriarchy.
Give me an example of a black institution that is patriarchal.
The church.
The church is not black. Which church you talking about? Yoruba?
The black church. I'm talking about the black church.
You're talking about the black Christian church?
Yes.
Is the black Christian church? What is the religious text?
We're not talking about the religious tenets. We're talking about the institution and who runs it and who controls it.
So you're saying, I'll give it to you. I'm not even going to fight because I don't call the black church black. It's black people doing some crap.
I think it's Negro. I would argue that's Negro.
But
okay,
the black church
is a black institution, irrespective of.
And it's patriarchal, right?
Yes.
Is it positive?
No. And that's because of what they're practicing in there.
Which is patriarchy.
Which is Christianity.
Do you believe that patriarchy in the black church is one of the positive components of the black church?
I don't think there's anything positive about it.
Thank you.
Here's the religion. You know that about me.
Are there any other black institutions? Because I really, to be honest with you, I mean, black people don't even print the damn Bibles. You know.
Hold on. They don't even read them either.
They don't read them either. So I really don't see. I think the black church is a subsidiary of the white churches.
Oh yeah, I mean yeah, but you asked the question. I'm sorry, it's just funny.
And I really don't think that something qualifies as black simply because black people participate in it. To me, that's not adequate to be black.
I forget the scholar who wrote the book, but it's called The Urban Plantation. Let me see. I might have it.
So let me ask you a question, Lumumba.
Yeah.
Let's say I don't even have to pretend. There are whole sects and cults of white people of European descent that are Kemetic. They practice the Kemetic tree of life system and meditation. They read the Matuna Ter. You're familiar with Albert Church Ward and those others, right?
No.
Well, Albert Church Ward is one of the first official Egyptologists. There is a whole population of European people who are fully engrossed in Egyptology and Egyptian systems of spiritual development. There are secret societies. If you look at some of their symbols and stuff, they have Egyptian symbols, right?
Okay.
Does that make Egypt a white thing? Does that make those systems white?
I have no knowledge of what you just told me.
If you see a white man who reads the Matuna Ter, if you have a community of white people who practice the laws of Ma'at,
42 laws of Ma'at, yeah.
Right? And they are Kemites. They practice Egyptian rituals of our ancestors. They practice the rituals of our ancestors. They learn to interpret the hieroglyphs. They even wear the garb of our ancestors. Would you look at those people and say, hey, those people are engaged in European practices?
No, I would say they were engaged in classical African practices.
But
But the institution that they control is still a white institution. but the practicing, the mores and forays is ancient African, but it's still a white institution that they have.
Does that make what they're doing white or black? Are they engaged in African spirituality? Are they engaged or not?
They are engaged in African spirituality,
So
yes.
when you look at black people who
white.
are Christians and the black church, is that a black institution? Is black Christianity black or white?
It's white Christianity, but it's still a black institution.
Okay.
Like, for example, in my home, we could be practicing European culture, but it's still a black household.
Okay. But it's not a black institution. Christianity is not a black institution. Christianity is not a black religion, even if black people practice it. Kemetic spiritual systems and Kemetic science is not a European system, even if white people practice it.
I agree. But it doesn't mean that, but if the institution is ran and controlled and funded by white people, it's still a white institution.
Not if they don't conduct themselves, if they're doing everything Egyptian. But okay, maybe it's just a nuanced argument.
I think so. So listen, we're going to open it up. We're going to allow some people to tap in, give their perspectives on the conversation. I'm going to put the link in the chat. The link should be, keyword should be in the description, but I'll put the link in the chat as well. I would also make the argument that I believe patriarchy is normal from a biological standpoint. There's only two mammals in the world in which the male is not the leader. But once again, I'm going to put the link in the chat. Everyone can tap in, give their perspective on this intellectually robust.
Can you give me examples of mammals where the male is the leader?
Yes.
Name it.
The lion.
Okay. Look at the structure of the lion's pride. Who is responsible for hunting?
The lionesses.
Who is responsible for rearing the offspring?
The lionesses.
Who is responsible for defending the pride?
The lions.
Huh?
The lions.
Right. Okay, who is responsible for defining the territory and defending the territory?
The lions.
So, you think that the lion, the male lion, is the leader of the lion pride?
Yes. I
What
mean,
is
if you study zoology, we know that.
Which is the most? What happens when the? Huh?
If you've ever had a cursory study of zoology, we would know this. There are only two mammals in the world that aren't led by the male. That's the orca and the hyena.
I think what you're doing a lot is superimposing your own preconceived notions onto the animal kingdom. Because if you look at a lion's pride, they are matriarchal.
No,
and the lion does not dominate the females, control the females.
I didn't say dominate.
What does the lion do to define itself?
But he's the one who's in charge. He's the one who protects them.
How does the male lion demonstrate the fact that it is in charge in all the female lions and cubs? How does it demonstrate that control or leadership?
One is by protecting. The second is if he comes in and takes over a new pride, what does he do, unfortunately, to the cubs?
He kills the cubs.
Unfortunately, yeah.
And you call that leadership?
Well, I said unfortunately. Let me finish.
I know you said unfortunately, but we ain't going to talk about what I'm trying to figure out.
Let me finish. And he comes in and he does what? He says, you're going to have my offspring and raise my children.
Yes.
That shows he's in control.
That's your evidence of control?
First off, like I said, there are only two mammals in the world that the male is not in charge. That's the orca and that's the hyena.
I heard when you say that. I heard you
say that. These are facts.
But do you also understand that female lions will reject a male and they will gang up to kill or expel the male from the pride?
Sound like what happens with human beings. I mean, the woman got the first right of refusal, right?
Talk,
she can say no.
Can we acknowledge that it's relatively absurd for human male primates to use the fact that our warped sense, in superimposing our warped sense of human relationships, or our worst sense of dominance or alpha or control or
It's nothing warped. It's not.
and
It's not
it's
about
superimposing
dominance
that
or anything like
and
that.
superimposing that on a lion pride. And you think that the male is dominant when the males live pretty brutal and short and fucked up
I mean,
lives?
they're animals. I mean, of course they live a brutal life. They're
We're
animals.
animals. Humans are
All
animals.
live brutal lives.
We're all animals. And you want to compare us and who you said the hyena, and what's the other animal?
The orca, killer whale.
What about the bonobos?
Yeah, they are.
So that's 3. Shall we keep going?
What's your point? I mean, we could point out
Well,
7
my
or
main
8.
point
But
is
the point is,
looking
the
at the
overwhelming
animal
majority,
kingdom,
that's not the case.
looking at the animal kingdom, it does not provide support or justification for human patriarchy. That's my point.
Okay.
And it's absurd for us to do that. And it makes it pretty weak that usually when men are trying to justify patriarchy, male dominance, and pretending as though male dominance is justified by looking, the number one source of justification for this behavior is the Bible and the scripture.
That doesn't work for
the
me.
Quran. Allow me to finish. I'm not saying you. I'm talking about in society. We can't just sit here and talk about your personal experiences all night. You and I, when we get off the live feed, if you want to talk to each other and you want to talk directly to me off air about your personal experience, I'm down to do that. But now that we're talking in a public forum about on a larger scope, we're talking about the black family, not your black family or my black family. On the larger scope, the number one justification for patriarchy is the Bible, the Quran, and the Torah, the Abrahamic religions. That's the number one justification. Another justification is what is the fallacy of tradition. This is the way it always was. Therefore, and that's the appeal to tradition fallacy. A third justification.
So you're saying that it's not historically accurate that society, cultures, and human society weren't always patriarchal?
Even if they were, no, they weren't. But even if they were, that does not justify what we do now. That is a fallacy. That is a logical fallacy called appeal to tradition. You cannot argue or justify a behavior or a relationship because it's been going on for a very long time. That does not justify that. We can use our modern sensibilities, our modern critiques, our modern understandings, and the agendas that we have for today, and our desire for structuring relationships in society today. We can violate those traditions and establish new traditions if we see fit.
And that's something I argue with patriarchy. Like I stated, my definition of patriarchy isn't the same as a previous generation's or culture's definition of patriarchy. This is something I've articulated.
So I'm happy that you have redefined patriarchy, and you have not just redefined patriarchy, you have also put extremely large blinders on to ignore the larger impacts and reverberations of patriarchal systems and patriarchal relationships. And most of the justifications when I engage with individuals about their advocacy for patriarchy, when I engage with individuals, they go to these absurdist justifications such as, well, the animals, well, God is a man, or we've always done it this way. But the reality is, African men, we are oppressed. The major obligation and responsibility we have to our collective and to our person, the people we are intimately and personally tied to, is to secure liberation for our people. Mm-hmm. From all systems and institutions of oppression. And even if a system has served us in the past, if it has been corrupted or co-opted in order to be flipped on us to oppress us, then it is our obligation to recapture those institutions or destroy them. And that goes from patriarchal institution, the institution of patriarchy, to markets. Black people founded markets and commerce and exchange. Mm-hmm. But now markets and commerce and exchange are corrupt and destructive relationships. So if we cannot revolutionize So even in our intimate relationships and our families, what we have to do, it's not just enough for us to raise healthy children and is inadequate for us to just have stable homes. That's inadequate because the system that we're in our healthy relationships with and the children we're raising those healthy children system up into is an omnicidal system. The system is destroying the life-sustaining
I vehemently disagree. I vehemently disagree with that. Vehemently
with
disagree
what?
with that.
With
But you
what?
stating that raising children in a healthy, stable home is omnicidal. I think that's absolutely ridiculous.
That's not what I said. Allow me to restate what I actually said. I said raising children in a healthy, stable home, raising up healthy children is inadequate. And the reason it is inadequate is because we are under omnicidal oppression. So we need to raise revolutionary children.
Mhm.
We need to orient and structure our families as revolutionary units that can confront and overcome the systems and institutions of global white domination. So we need to revolutionize our relationship, revolutionize our families, revolutionize our interpersonal and intimate relationships so that we can begin to reproduce ourselves and our offspring to confront and dismantle the systems of global white domination and the systems and institutions of.
And you don't think you could do that?
Capitalism.
You don't think that a revolutionary Black family has a patriarchal head of household? That's what you're saying.
I think that
It's a yes or no.
not. I don't think that a revolutionary family can also be patriarchal. No.
Okay. So what is the model for you?
To me, I think families should be anarchical. I think the governing system of the family and what should be the final say in the family is the ideology, the goals, and the value system.
Mm-hmm.
So when there is a disagreement in my home, we look at our common agenda and values. So my wife and I both want what's best for our sons. We want to cultivate independent, critical thinkers. So if I want to assert my will within my house, it is a cooperative endeavor. It is communal and cooperative. My oldest son is now 20 years old. So now he has gone from one who is he's still being nurtured. He's still being cultivated. He's still being raised. He doesn't live with us anymore. He's off to college and he's got his own place. But now when it comes to the family, we consult him, not because he's a man, but because he is a critical thinker and an integral part of this family and the family's agenda. So our family could be defined as anarchical, meaning that it is a system based on mutual agreement and mutual cooperation, where no individual based on their genitalia is solely based on their genitalia.
It's not
gives
based
them
on
authority.
genitalia.
What gives me greater authority within my home? If I want to exercise greater authority in my home, I have to have a better argument. I need to be able to articulate my position and convince my son and my wife that my position is the one that's most favorable. I also carry a level of influence because I live my life day to day, making positive, constructive contributions to my family. So I have social capital in my home.
That, but that's once again that, like you stated with me, that is an anecdotal, right? And so Brother Bag says, why does it have to be?
No, it's not anecdotal. It's not anecdotal, in fact, and I'll explain why.
Yes, it is. Why does it have to be about male dominance? A man and woman should work together, but a stable-minded man should not be undermining the relationship. And the reason why I say it's anecdotal is because everything you just mentioned, I've done before in a previous marriage. And still, it was like, I don't care. I'm going to do what I want.
Oh, let me tell you, homie.
This isn't going to work for me.
Let me tell you something else.
And most men would tell you that.
Let me quote the great scholar and revolutionary, KRS-One. You can't trust a big butt and a smile. Now, the selection process and courtship process is extremely important.
Yes.
If we're going to talk about family formations.
Absolutely.
Before I ever met my wife, I had a list of standards and requirements.
So did I.
And after I met my wife, there was a learning process. Prior to us moving in together, prior to us procreating, prior to us binding our resources and our incomes, there is a process there too. And so, of course, I needed a revolutionary woman, a Pan-African revolutionary woman. I would have preferred an atheist woman, but she's not atheist. But that's not a deal breaker to me. I
Right.
think she is an atheist. She just
Yeah.
says she's not.
We seeing out there. Yeah.
Right. So of course you can't just say, "Well, I'm a man, therefore, and you're a woman, therefore, let's get together and everything should work out." Brothers.
No.
If you're going to talk about man's responsibility, forget about for a moment. Forget about the responsibility in the family. Let's talk about the man's responsibility as he stands alone and as an individual. And one of your responsibilities is to properly evaluate and go through a rigorous or an appropriate level of courtship and engagement.
Right. And so this is what I'm going to say, and I agree with that. I've been telling my son this since he could comprehend. But what I'm also saying is, once again, going from my own anecdotal experience from my time in the Montgomery County Fatherhood Initiative, that even when men showed that they were dependable, reliable, responsible, they always made decisions based on sound logic and what was in the best interest of the family, they still experienced situations where the women said, "I don't care, we're going to do the opposite of what you say." Or the opposite of what you're promoting.
So why would they have children with that woman or marry that woman?
Once again, and this is a position that I'm going to state, many people may take issue with this, but we find a lot of times that women can be fickle. This is something that happens, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, my wife is fickle as hell. Yes, women can be fickle, where men are the stone and the rocks who never change up.
That's not what I'm saying.
Even in that situation.
What I'm saying is that I when working in the Montgomery County Fatherhood Initiative, I've seen these things take place. Literally. I've seen situations where men were great fathers, very involved, president of the PTA Association, and then the minute that I'm telling you, these are real issues. So it's not as cut and dry as, oh, if I'm responsible, if I can make a logical argument, then of course my wife is going to agree with me. That's not the reality all the time.
How you're jumping ahead on me? You keep jumping to the wife and the kids. I'm saying, how did she end up impregnated by you? If you are this lion, if you are this logical, responsible, noble man, and are you saying that when a man meets, that these men met a woman who met all of their expectations,
yes,
who lived up to all of their standards,
in the Fatherhood Initiative,
and the women either were being sincere in the moment but decided to go against all of that?
Yes, this is something
or the women were being deceptive and pretending to be these good helpmeets and then switching up and revealing their true selves.
Yes. This is something I have
said yes to both?
Yes. This is something I've seen dozens of times working when I was part of the Montgomery County Fatherhood Initiative, to where we're like, what? There's no way that woman did that. We've known that woman for years. She volunteered with the organization. Yes.
Man, God damn these women.
I'm not saying damn women. I'm saying that these are things that happen. And what I'm saying, wait.
I'm women. Damn those females.
No, just like how there are good women out there who are responsible, dependable, reliable women.
But y'all can't find them.
Stop. Let me finish.
Where are those ladies hiding?
Let me finish. And you have men who say, I don't care how good a woman this woman is, I'm gonna go out and do whatever and cheat on her and screw her over. Where are these
good women hiding?
These are realities. This is a reality.
I'm in the ether. I hear these good men who were deceived by bad women, and I
know good women who were deceived by bad men.
And the good men always find bad women, and the good women always find bad men. And I don't understand. I don't. Somebody playing with me. I don't understand why the good men just can't seem to link with the good women. All the good men end up with bad women, and all the bad women, all the good women.
You're being disingenuous because we only hear about the stories in which these people are being deceived.
I hear about good stories.
Right.
I hear about good stories.
I'm talking about on the macro level.
I know several.
I'm talking about on the macro level.
Conscious, vegan, African-centered families. Most of my homies that didn't, that made it into adulthood. I got a lot of homies that ended up getting locked up or stuff. But many of my homies, the ones that are in relationships, but most of my peer group, brothers I interact with, they're in stable relationships. But I really don't know. And maybe because, patriarchal alpha males and these good Christian men, they don't like hanging out and being cool with me. But my homies who did decide they wanted to be in families and have a life partner and all that jazz, they're in very good relationships, but at least not around me. Maybe they hide it from me, but I don't really see their relationships or their household being patriarchal.
Okay, that's great.
The most functional relationships that I've observed, and if you want to have some of these brothers on, it's more of a communal and cooperative relationship. Like I said, anarcho, where no person is given ultimate authority, but more so the mission and values and worldview of the family is what's dominant, and all members of the family work to speak to this a larger goal. So we all work and contribute to the goal. Now, in my house, I'm taking out trash. Well, my son takes out the trash, and let me not lie. He might kick in that door. But in my house, there is man's work and woman's work.
So there's a gender divide of
we are very traditional in that sense. So it's just saying that, it's anarchical. I don't very rarely cook dinner. My wife does the laundry, but I fold the laundry because I'm so much better at folding than being with my logical male mind. I'm able to create those tight geometric shapes with her. What'd you say? The women are fickle with her fickle mind. She doesn't fold as well,
Here we go.
But we do have many, because a friend of mine said that my relationship is very Christian because we're just kind of like, he comes for dinner.
Christianity.
Because he said, you say you're an atheist, but your life seems very Christian, two-family household, and y'all eat supper every night together, and it's just the way it's like a Little House on the Prairie type situation. So he was just saying that you would think if someone's atheist and godless, they would be,
See, that's the stereotype
having orgies.
And we're going to do a show about that.
What I'm saying is, as a man, I mow the grass, I go repair the car. If it's a heavy snowstorm,
shovel the snow.
My sons will go out and shovel the snow and clean off the car. I can't remember the last time my wife cleaned off a car. We've been together 20 years. I don't remember the last time she's cleaned. So I'm not, but because I do those things, because I do the repair stuff, because I do a lot of the ugly work, doing that shit as a man, doing the man's task, does not entitle me. So,
and I would never say it was.
To sit down.
What makes the man the head of the household is the members of the family have to agree that he's the leader. That's the only way that works.
What do you lead them to?
That's the only way it works.
What does leader mean? What does it mean? Like, how do I lead my household? Let's say I want to be patriarchal. How do I begin to lead my household?
So I would give the example that I practice, and of course, when I grew up with my father. And one of the things we did was we had household rules, household values, a household ideology.
We got all that.
And then of course we would sit down. Okay, these are what the rules are. This is what's expected. We would have conversations about those rules, and then we would be expected to fall in line with those rules, right? And unfortunately for us in my home, right, oftentimes if you broke those rules, mom got you, and then when dad got home from work, he got you too, right?
I don't see where you need patriarchy.
No. Let me finish. At the end of the day, nothing was done without my father, one, knowing about it or without his approval. So those were the two things. He had to know about everything that took place in the home, and he had to approve of everything that took place in the home. He was the last buck. Like, I remember we would ask my mom, hey, can we go to this party? Can we go to this? Can we go to that? She would say, go ask your dad. We'd be like, man, he probably gonna say no. So what? You got to ask him.
Okay. What you're saying.
And if you don't like that, that don't work for you, that's cool. But I like to go.
I'm trying to understand that. I don't know if I like it or not because I'm trying to comprehend it.
Okay.
So what you're saying is your father had to know everything that was happening in the house.
Yes.
Did your mother have to know that as well?
You have to ask them. I'm not privy to those conversations.
What your mother thought doesn't matter.
That's not what I said. I said you would have to ask my parents because I wasn't privy to the conversations that my parents had behind.
How are you privy to the conversations about, how did you get information about your father's need to know everything?
Because my mom told me.
So your mother said your dad needs to know everything going on in this home.
Yes.
But your mother never said, I need to know.
That's not what she articulated to me.
You said it's a possibility that she had as much knowledge about what was going on in the house as your father did, but it was never articulated.
Right. But my dad was the one who had the final say so regarding what.
Okay, that's another thing. Because I'm just going by the list because I might want to go alpha. Who knows?
I don't know what that got to do with being alpha, but
it's just the terminology. What do you call it? I might want to go patriarchal. So, it was a stated, articulated rule that your father had to know everything that was going on in the house.
Whatever we were doing, he had to know.
Your mother knew everything, but she didn't have a right to know. Did she have a right to know?
She's my mom. Of course she does.
So your mother had the right to know everything. And so she had the same authority as your father, but it wasn't a requirement that you gave her the authority.
It was a requirement. I couldn't disrespect my mom.
Your father is the patriarch, thus meaning he needed to know everything going on in the house.
Yes.
Your mother,
your
mother embraced and supported the patriarchy. Mm-hmm. So she could, if she had the desire to know everything, but it wasn't a prerequisite or a requirement that she knew everything.
That's not what I said.
I'm trying to understand how to work it. You said my father had to know everything in the house. You said yes. I said, did your mother? You said, I don't know.
Yes, because I said that was never articulated to me, but I knew she did because I asked them. Everything that my dad knew went through her.
So your mother, your mother had to know everything too.
By default.
Okay, so that's not unique to the father. Then you said authority. So let's go from knowledge to let's not go to authority yet. Let's go to approval.
Mm-hmm.
Your father had to approve everything that happened in the house.
Yes.
Your mother could not make any decisions without your father approving everything. Even if the father said, like 20 years ago, you're allowed to buy Tide. So that's standing approval. But so even if she'd been buying Tide for the last 45 years, she got his approval prior to buying Tide.
Yes, I mean my mom changed her the church denomination when she married my father. She went from being Seventh-day Adventist to Pentecostal. That is an example. She came underneath my father's leadership.
She should have stayed Seventh-day. They're vegetarian and vegan.
No, they ain't. They're Seventh-day
Adventist.
Yes, because my grandparents are Seventh-day Adventist. They eat meat every day, pork, swine, and everything. Yes. Man,
tell them to call me. They're not doing it.
For real. Everybody, matter of fact, all of my aunts and uncles, everyone, my aunts, uncles, and my grandparents on my mom's side are all Seventh-day Adventists, and they are some swine-eating foods.
Well, they're supposed to be vegetarian because I remember when I was in Kansas City, I used to go to the Seventh-day Adventist fellowships.
They go to church on Saturdays.
Huh?
They go to church on Saturdays.
I would go to their fellowship because they had vegetarian and vegan options. Okay. So, but back to this approval thing. Your mother had no authority to approve any requests from you boys without running it through your father.
Well, my sister as well.
From the children, your mother could not give you guys affirmative actions or deny you anything.
Without running it through my dad.
She was just a conduit of your father's authority.
Correct.
Whereas your father was allowed to give his approval without consulting with, checking with, or running.
I never said that. I never said that. Now you're putting words in my mouth.
I'm sorry. I was laying out a scenario to get whether or not I was being accurate. So your father got final say and approval.
Mm-hmm.
But your mother also, your father had to run decisions through your mother as well.
My dad did not make decisions unilaterally. I said he had the final say so.
Okay, so that breaks down. So approval, knowledge, let's go to authority. Let's talk about, because this approval and knowledge thing, it seems to break down upon examination. Let's go to authority.
Mm-hmm.
Who had ultimate authority in your home?
My father.
What if there was a divergence in a decision between your mother and your father?
Mm-hmm.
Your father would get the final say so.
Correct.
And even if your mother vehemently disagreed, she would have to acquiesce.
Correct.
Why did your father have that authority? Based on what?
The fact that my mom trusted him to be the leader of the home.
And she never had any occasion to distrust him.
Not that I know of.
And so your mother never really disagreed with him. So if your father and mother had a disagreement, let's say you're going to go out and buy a new car, and your father wants to lease it and your mother wants to purchase it. And your father says, well, I hear you, baby, but we're going to lease this car. Hammer, gavel, gavel, gavel. Your mother would then change her position to say, even though I disagree with him, because of my trust in his decision-making abilities, I'm going to change my position and go with lease based on his decision-making abilities and my trust in his accuracy. Right?
Yes. I would give an example with my own son. I can recall when my son was 5 years old. My son had his first T-ball game, and he sucked, to put it charitably. And after the game, he said, I don't want to play baseball anymore. Da, da, da. So his mom was like, oh, it's okay, baby. I understand. I said, no, you're not going to quit anything. We're going to go to the park tomorrow. We're going to practice, and you're going to become a good baseball player. We go to the park. We practice all week. His next game, he went 3 for 3. He had 3 RBIs. He got his first hit. He ran to first base, and he looked at me, gave me a thumbs up. After the game, he ran to me, and he said, I like baseball now, and it's all because of my daddy. And, of course, as you can imagine, my allergies got the best of me, and I started to teary-eyed a little bit, right? But that was an example of me making a command decision and understanding I can allow my son to quit something because this will become a pattern in life that whenever he faces adversity, he will acquiesce. His mom didn't understand that, but I made the command decision irrespective of what she thought.
But going back to our example.
Do you understand that example that I just gave?
Of course.
Okay.
But going back to the model example, right? That's well and good. But I'm not talking about the specific decisions made because we're talking about authority.
Mm-hmm.
And so we understand how authority functions in the
Mm-hmm.
family. Authority functions that if anyone challenges your father's authority, there's really no ultimate challenge to your father's authority. Your mother and you and the offspring could argue and say, well, we like this, we want to do that. But ultimately, the final say rests with your father. And you say the reason, the justification for that authority is that your mother agrees and trusts with him.
Yes.
And that's all it is based on is agreement and trust.
She believes she has made this. She made a decision to trust this man, his leadership, and his decision making as a head of household. Now, what I would also say is this: part of being a leader is knowing when to say, you know what, I don't know, I am not the best person when it comes to this subject matter. So I'm going to acquiesce to you, honey. You're the better person when it comes to finances. So what are you? I mean, part of being a good leader is knowing when you can say, hey, I don't know enough about this. Part of being a good team captain is knowing, hey, you don't shoot the ball every time.
Based on what you're saying, it's kind of some weak ass patriarchy going on there.
No, it's not.
That's some weak ass patriarchy.
No, it's not, because you have a very archaic, demonstrative view of patriarchy, and that's not a reality. There's never going to be a situation where a person says, I make 100% decisions all the time. I can recall my senior year in high school, my parents wanted to leave the inner city and move to the suburbs. And they actually came to me and said, son, how do you feel about us moving and going to the suburbs? And I said, well, be honest with you, I don't want to go to a new high school. I want to graduate high school to people I saw to school with when I was in preschool and kindergarten. Right. So just because you're the leader doesn't mean that you don't listen to what the people in the home have to say and then make a decision based off of that. That's ridiculous.
Why can't the mother be the leader?
We've been through this before. It doesn't work for
because
me. Not
he's
in my home,
fickle. Well, your parents are Christian.
unfortunately.
So God
We talk about
mandates,
it all the time.
God mandates, according to their belief system, mandates that your father is the ultimate authority and that your mother must submit and acquiesce to his authority. And her sole purpose of being is to support him in his goals and ambition and to procreate with him. That's literally her defined role when God pulled her from his rib and created her as a helpmeet.
If you believe in that type of thing, but
And
my household,
your parents did not apply that in their relationship.
it went their relationship and our family structure was based far beyond Christian values.
Your father's a minister.
Unfortunately, so is my mother.
Y'all bad at patriarchy.
so
If your mother stands at
the your definition of patriarchy.
I don't
Like
have
I said, my sister is the executor of their estate because she's the oldest.
Brother, that's not patriarchy either.
So for you, it's not.
No, listen to me. I don't have my own personal definition of patriarchy. I'm just going off the understood and historical, stated, articulated definitions and historical examples of patriarchy. You have invented your own definition. Now, as you defined and as you described your family that I, would envy as a child. I wish I had my parents. You had everything I lacked. My life was absolutely the opposite of your upbringing. I would have loved if my father stepped up and wasn't incarcerated. And I would have loved if my mother was able to get the support and treatment she needed to deal with her addictions. Mm-hmm. And I could have had that. But what you're basically describing.
Brother Bikawalan, he just put here, he says, Brother Lumumba is making up his definition of patriarchy. I would agree. I have a very nuanced, I would dare say new age definition.
Or inaccurate. Or another way of saying that an accurate assessment of what patriarchy. But I'm glad we were able to walk that down, because look at this. What you've basically demonstrated, that in a familial context, patriarchy does not work. The only way patriarchy can work in a familial context is if a man marries a child, which was happening when patriarchy, yes, child brides. You're marrying a child because the type of authority that is exercised by a man under a truly patriarchal household is the authority of an adult to a child. So if
you have a very rigid definition, a very rigid and negative definition.
Allow me to lay this out.
That's just, you have a very rigid and negative definition.
That the woman is either mentally or physically incapacitated. But if you are in a relationship with a fully formed adult woman, and I hate to tell y'all this, but women, by and large, in terms of being able to articulate themselves, assert themselves.
A man should want a woman who can articulate and assert herself. So a man is going to want a woman who they care about how she thinks.
But my point for pointing that out, I'm glad you recognize that. But the reason I'm pointing that out is, well, let me just summarize, because you're not going to allow me to walk it. So I'll just summarize it. Basically, as we really break it down and bring it to a practical level, patriarchy doesn't work. I know it's really good for you. I'm speaking from me about what my conclusions are. Mm-hmm. I don't need a hype man. I just want to make this statement. You ain't gotta, I don't need an amen corner. Patriarchy, when we start to dissect it and we look at any functional, healthy relationship, even if that functional, healthy relationship is patriarchal, when you start to talk about it, things like approval or knowledge or authority, what we find is most relationship between two fully capable, functional adults, and not capable, because the woman can be disabled, but mentally, intellectually, whole people, mm-hmm. is that it becomes a dance. It becomes a ebb and flow. There is no absolute authority. There is no absolute submission. That's what it tends to go to. And those men and those individuals who are rigid in this failed notion.
No, I don't believe in rigidity. I don't believe in that.
Right. So what I think The reason I think your family, I think, based on what you've told me here, is that your familial relationship was healthy in spite of patriarchy, not because of it. Because your family was able to have the patriarchy rhetoric, but not the true patriarchal practice. It's just like Christianity. A lot of people tell me, I'm a Christian, I believe. And when I start to demonstrate the tenets of Christianity, the appropriate practices of Christianity, I find that the vast majority of Christians do not live up to the tenets of their faith, which is why, and they think they're a good person because of their Christian faith. But the reality is, when you look at their day-to-day lives, their attitudes, their relationships, you'll find that they take the vast majority of what's in the Bible and throw it away. And if someone was truly to be a full-on Christian, they would be in jail or they'd be in an insane asylum. So what we've done with these ancient, archaic concepts, such as patriarchy or such as Christian faith or is a good Muslim man, is we've imposed our modern, advanced understandings and sensibilities. So go ahead and be patriarchal in name only. But if you apply what you described to me, I fully support your warped and inaccurate definition of patriarchy. Do that to the max. Because it's not much different to how my house functions.
Well, once again, it's not warped. Like I said, these issues, all issues are nuanced in nature, right? As I stated before, there's never going to be a situation where someone comes in and says, I absolute anything. But the reality,
I've seen families like that. I know men.
Okay,
I know men and families. My uncle, my great uncle Reverend Gene Bowie, the pastor and founder of Covenant Memorial Baptist Church, was a true patriarch.
Okay, that's great.
And it wasn't no nuance. There was no nuance. And this man grew old, and died, and his children, his sons, his daughters.
You can't overtalk. I had to mute you. You can't overtalk me on my channel. Okay, you just can't do that. Right? It just ain't gonna work that way. As I stated before, and I gave an example, there are times where the man is going to have to assert his leadership. I gave an example of my son when he was playing baseball. I gave an example of my daughter when she was in preschool. There are times where I'm going to have to do that.
That had nothing to do with you being a man. Do you understand that?
I'm sorry?
Do you understand that had nothing to do with you being a man? That had nothing to do with your chromosomes or your genitals?
I didn't say, first off, okay, I didn't say it had anything to do with my chromosomes or my genitalia.
But yes, you did, because you said a man.
I never mentioned it.
You said a man. You literally said it comes a time when a man.
Yes.
That decisions, those accurate and commendable things you did, had absolutely nothing to do with your chromosomes. Do you understand that?
And what I'm stating is.
Do you understand that? Yes or no? Answer my question.
What I'm going to state, and like I said, what I'm going to state is one of the major issues we have in our community is that we don't have men stepping up and being leaders in our community. This is a huge issue. I hear this.
Back to community.
I hear this from Black women every day. That this is a huge problem we have in our community. I work in higher education. I've been an advisor to Black student unions at
You're jumping. Can we deal with the previous statement before we move on?
You can't have it in the community if you don't have it in the household.
We're just talking about your commendable decision to not go along with the mother of your children with allowing your child to quit sports. Do you understand that is not a manhood decision? You said as a man. That is not
absolutely.
That is not a man decision. You know what I wanted to do when my sons were born?
What?
Circumcise them.
Okay.
I thought, let's circumcise the children. And my wife was like, you work in healthcare. Why would you want to do male genital mutilation? It might be too much information, but those are not man-woman decisions. You understand that. Taking the position that we shouldn't allow our child to quit. It's too many things that you're doing. And I'm doing this as a man, as a man.
As a father. As a father, absolutely.
You are a father, right?
Yes.
And you made a good decision.
I made a leadership decision as his daddy.
You made a leadership decision.
Yes, and that was a leadership decision.
Let's say the tables were turned and the child said, I want to quit. And the mother says, no, I think you should see it through and fight it through. Mm-hmm. And You said let him quit. I don't even like baseball, which would
I
have
would
been
never
my
say
decision.
something like that.
Huh?
I would never say something like
You've
that.
never made a bad call.
I would never support my child being a quitter. I would never support my child acquiescing.
Your child has never quit anything?
I said I would never support. No, I've never allowed my children to quit anything. Absolutely not. Ever.
Damn.
And I can say that. If they start something, hey, you got to finish it to the end of the season or whatever. That's always been the case for me.
That's a little different.
I mean, you asked the question.
My oldest son played
straight
classical
up.
guitar.
And we got some people on here that may even know me. I think my sister's even on here. She would tell you that's not a lie. That's not cat.
It's not true. I'm just saying that's damn impressive because
I mean, I put a battery in my kids' back.
Children tend to have a lot of various interests.
This is very true.
My youngest son played basketball, and he played the whole season. And I'm 6'3", my wife is 6'2", so my sons are beanstalks, right? Yeah. So everywhere they turn, somebody's trying to get them on the team. And this is Chicago, south side of Chicago is basketball.
I know. I've been there several times.
So my son played.
King Kennedy. Do people still hoop at King Kennedy? Is that still the spot to go?
Yeah, Kennedy King. Yeah, I mean it's everywhere. Okay, all the schools and all the gyms. But here's the thing: my son played. He signed up, and he's like, I don't like this shit. I do not like basketball. I don't like this coaching. I don't like I'm not into sports. I thought I was into sports. I don't like sports. So after that season, he quit.
Right. And so, but that's not quitting. He finished he went all the way through. And then when he ended the commitment, because the commitment was just to play the season, not all his whole high school career. Then
so your children have made decisions that they don't. Okay,
but if they make a commitment to do something, they have to follow it through. Now, after that's over with, they can make a decision and say,
as a man, do you really need to take a leadership role? Your wife doesn't also hold that position?
Well, I'm not married anymore. And one of the reasons that we ended the marriage is because she, even though when I met her, she was hosting a Malcolm X birthday celebration. I found that she wasn't the type of person to hold the child accountable and do X, Y, Z. So we had to end up going our separate ways. This is something that happened, but I don't want to get too much into the weeds about my failed marriage. But this is the reality. You know what I mean? So I've never allowed my children to quit anything. I remember one time, this is probably when my son was like 8, my daughter was 5, and my son was like, yeah, you don't know about girl stuff. I said, yeah, you're right, but I know about daddy stuff. And whatever you're into, I'm going to support it 100%. And she's like, yay. So, I mean, for me, like I said, I have a working definition of patriarchy. I might even write a paper on this, right? I believe part of being a patriarchal father is being very loving and nurturing. I think it's part of being extremely loving and nurturing to your son and your daughter. I mean, these are my views.
I'm all for, and I support changing something, but in order to, my wife is English. She's very big on English. She was an English teacher for many years, and she was a big proponent of Ebonics and just basically being very creative with the language. But she said before you can change or manipulate or redefine it, you have to master it as it is. So you had to understand English, how to conjugate tense and how to conjugate verbs, how to construct a sentence and an essay and the subject and the predicate. And once you understood or acknowledged what it was, then you can begin the mastery or the manipulation or make changes or even invent new terminology and new structures for writing essays, right?
Right.
So I'm all for changing definitions or what I call radicalizing or revolutionizing. But before you can radicalize and revolutionize, you have to acknowledge what you're working with. You have to say, this is where I'm starting. This is what patriarchy is. And these are the aspects, components, and impacts of patriarchy. Now, because of I conclude that there are many positive components to patriarchy. I don't want to throw out the negative components. But you have to acknowledge that. You can't just say, no, this is patriarchy. Well, that's patriarchy. Patriarchy is something. It's a thing. It's been with us for too many centuries and been applied across too many professions, too many institutions, too many systems for us to deny what it is. So all I'm saying is acknowledge what you're working with.
Okay, so I'm gonna read this comment. Sister Neva said, "We just be redefining terms." That tends to be what happens in higher education. We tend to redefine terms all the time, create a new definition of something. Brother Bicolan says, "Just call it something else but a Lumumba, not patriarchy. Find an African form of name." Hey, I'm on it. You all have given me that directive, and that's something that I'm going to do. And I'm gonna write an article on this. And the brother Kenyatta, I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna tap you in, and you're gonna be a co-author. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. So hey, but this is a great conversation. You all are here. I'm gonna put the link in the chat if you all want to tap in and share your thoughts before we close out. Maybe the next 30 minutes. That'll be greatly appreciated. So greatly appreciated.
She said you're from Sierra Leone.
Yes, Sister Mary Shai says my ethnic groups are the Time and Mende. My father is Mende. My mom is from the Limba and Time. So yeah, I could get with that 100%. Like I said, we're gonna actually do that. Because like I said, I know that my working definition of patriarchy is much different than everyone else's. Like I would go to my daughter's school and buy her flowers once a week, just cause. And people are like, dang, man, your daddy be buying you flowers and da-da-da-da-da-da and boom, boom. I mean, but I knew when I was a child, well, not a child, teenager, I said, one thing I'm going to do with my children, I know I'm going to be hard on them. I'm going to push them to do well and be great, but I said, I'm going to be extremely loving, supporting, and affectionate. Now, of course, they're teenagers now, so they don't want me hugging and kissing on them and all that type of stuff. Get away from me, you know what I mean? But at least, growing up, they got that. And even to this day, like my daughter, she's 12, she'll be 13 next month. And we'll be watching movies, she just flop down, lay on me. I'm like, listen, you ain't asking to lay on me. I don't have to, I'm your daughter. So that the very loving and affectionate, I don't believe being a patriarch, being a leader of the household, being a father means you're supposed to walk around carrying a big stick, talking about feed, five, four, fun. I've never gotten into that. That's just never been my thing whatsoever. I believe as a father and as a leader of your home, you should be empowering. You should be pouring into your family and giving everything that you have to empower them and make them be as great as they can possibly be. That's just what I grew up in, and that's what I do with my children.
Well, I'm a little different. I remember I was leaving town and I was taking a very early flight. And my oldest son, he's 20 now. He was, how old was he? I think he was like 7. And I went to wake him up at like 4 a.m. To tell him I was heading out of town. I'd be gone for a couple of weeks. And I went in to give him a hug. And he said, men don't hug, they shake hands.
What?
And so I shook his hand. And now that he's older, he's in his 20s, he's more affectionate. So it ebbs and flows. So I think that like I said, this concept of leadership and patriarchy or authority, I think in most functional relationships, because you have 2 adults, I think you should take full advantage of 2 adults. You have 2 intellects, you have 2 points of views. I think you should take full advantage.
Absolutely.
And I know it adds a level of complexity, not having a single veto power, not being able to shut shit down or just override everything. I know that adds a level of complexity, but I think in the long run, that complexity will strengthen the family. If you look at architecture, a lot of times simple structures are a lot less stable than complex.
Right. And I would tie into that. So like people, growing up, we would hear, if your child asks you a question, you would get in trouble. You ask your parents a question, why? I would love when my children would ask the why. Because that would give me a chance to explain. So I always saw that as a positive, not a negative. Right? I could even recall a time. So my son, he's a huge Ohio State fan. So am I. Hopefully, we make amends for what happened to Michigan and we beat Georgia, all that, right? But I remember
I'm completely lost.
It's okay. But so Ezekiel Elliott, he left Ohio State, he went to the Dallas Cowboys. And I guess there was a season, his rookie year, they had a number 1 seed and they lost in the playoffs. So I come in on the tail end of the game. My son gets up, he's like 9 years old, and he starts crying. And so he comes to me, and I was just like, it's okay, son. Brother Byron talking about go blue, absolutely not. So I'm like, it's okay, let it out. I understand. And I told him the story about when I was 11 years old, and the Bulls lost to the Knicks in Game 7 of the Eastern Conference semifinals, and they weren't able to four-peat. And I was crying. So I said, I understand that you have this emotional connection to your favorite team, but it's okay to cry and to let it out, so on and so forth, right? So I guess I am evolving the term, and I'm kind of taking the power back because, as I said it before, when I opened the show, many people, particularly intersectional feminists, tend to define Black patriarchy in such a negative aspect. But I'm stating from not only my personal experience as a son, as a father, and even what I've seen in many African-centered communities, that I've seen positive aspects of patriarchy, positive aspects of male leadership, right, in the household, throughout the community. And so because of that, I think that it's nuanced. I think it can change, it can shift. We can acknowledge the historical disruptions that patriarchy has created, but we also could look at and see that, hey, because there's a nuanced perspective that's coming now, that things can change, right? And that we could use a new version, a nuanced version, a contemporary version of patriarchy that's not rooted in the antiquated forms of male leadership in the past, but one that can be fluid when need be, right? But also nuanced in nature to confront what complex realities that Black people face in the 21st century.
Yeah, I agree with that. I would tell any young person who says, I want to meet, or let me be specific since we're talking about patriarchy. I would tell a young man that says, I want to secure a wife and have a family and this and that. I would tell that young man, do not try to predetermine the structure of your family. Don't sit in a room by yourself in your college dorm or as a young single man and say, this is what a man is, this is what a woman is, this is what a man's role in the family, and this will be the woman's role, and I'm going to do this. That's a recipe for failure. What I would tell young men is to cultivate relationships. So you should be very clear on your goals and your desires, your interest, and very clear on what gets you off. And as you understand yourself, you should engage with your partner, your potential mother of your child, your potential life partners, and work on cultivating relationships as opposed to trying to take a relationship and have it fit in a preconceived mold.
Mm-hmm. And one of the things I tell people is that, when you get, I even told my son this, what hopefully will make the relationship work is that you all share the same values. You have the same perspective and you have the same desires and wants in life, right? Hopefully that's what would help you cultivate a great relationship, that you share the same values.
You have complementary values.
So
or complement, not the same, but complementary. You're not going to find anybody that's going to see eye to eye.
Right. But when I say the same, so for example, one core value would be what? Fidelity in a relationship. You all going to need to have the same value there, that you all are going to be what? Committed to each other, not with anyone else. That would be an example of sharing the same values.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? Monogamy.
But like I said, it's more like what I'm saying in a society that is being in a society that's relatively unstable, where there's new technologies, new positions, a lot of shit happens. The number one core thing that Black individuals need and Black families need is adaptability.
Adaptive vitality, absolutely. The ability to change substance and that's to be able to adjust to changing circumstances without losing substance or essence.
Right, because you lose a job, the man loses the job, or you meet your woman and you're the breadwinner, and then she goes off to school while you working, and you work her through school, and people get the roles change, people change, and people evolve greatly. And you're in your 20s and you're flush with testosterone, and then you get old like me, and you're not as rah.
Rigorous, yeah. Now I will say this: your boys that you don't like is the one who coined that term, adaptive vitality.
Who?
Karinga.
Oh yeah, I don't like him.
Yeah, he coined the term adaptive vitality, the ability to adjust to changing circumstances without losing self.
He better do that. He got like half a dozen wives, so he better know.
Well, we're gonna have another conversation. I
He
didn't know
better
that.
know how to bob and weave. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So
I mean, broken clock. So
yeah,
yeah,
a broken clock is right twice a day. Absolutely. So,
So
but yeah, I believe in adaptive vitality. Those are conversations I've had with my children, particularly regarding their relationship. You know, because when they were younger, they agreed with each other on everything. They'd be in another room. That's what I agree with you, brother. I was like, you didn't even hear what he said. Now that they're older, they have their own views, their own perspectives, their own interests. I said, hey, but you still love each other. You still care about each other. You still want what's best for each other. And so you have to understand that this is a new form of your relationship. I said, just like the fact that I, with my brother and sister, we don't live in the same household anymore. We have our own families. We don't see each other every day. So just understanding that relationships can evolve, but the foundation can still remain the same.
right.
So, and I think another example of that is with my parents. Now that my parents are older, they're pushing 70, you know, I find myself in situations now where they're asking me for advice on things, right? When I told my parents that I was an atheist, at first they said Methodist. I said, no, atheist, they get out the house, right? Now they're like, oh, our son knows no more about this Christian religion than we do. They're tapping me up for information. And what do you think about this? And X, Y, Z, and blah, 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 blah. So there's adaptability there.
Yes. Sorry.
No, it's kind of right. Appreciate you, Sister Mary Shaw. I appreciate that for the donation. So I agree with adaptive vitality. And as you know, these are things that I've been working with my children and teaching my children since they had.
But patriarchy does not allow for that.
I disagree. Like I said, when we're talking about evolving patriarchy, I believe it does.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I mean, one of the characteristics of patriarchy or any archal system, anarchy or monarchy or plutocracy. Archy means rule.
Mm-hmm.
The suffix archy means rule, governance, to rule, to dominate.
Absolutely.
So I don't personally believe that there is any just form of dominance. That's why I'm an atheist, but I have anarcho leanings.
Mm-hmm.
I have anarcho leanings. I support structure. Yes, I'm coming right now. Sorry, I got to wrap this up, brother. I appreciate it. I don't know where everybody. Oh,
yeah, but I think he has a question for you though. So if your wife can give you a moment.
2 minutes, Erica. Damn it! Yeah, that's right.
And Brother Bikulan, after Brother Barana, he asked a question: what do you think of African spirituality? And Brother Bikulan, he's asked me that question before, so he's going to ask you the question as well. So go ahead, Brother Barana.
What I think about African spirituality.
Good night, brothers. How's everyone?
Oh, sorry.
Doing good, doing good.
I only got 2 minutes.
2 minutes, so go ahead,
Good. Okay, I'll be quick because I was pushed by the black female matriarchy in the chat to come on and ask a question. But one of the questions I wanted to ask Brother Diallo is he said that the way he governs his arrangement in his home is he kind of like does it in an anarchical kind of way, like by consensus. So yes. my question, anarchical. Thank you for correction. So my question to the brother is, if you do it with your life partner and you do it with your children as well. So my question is, how old does that child need to be when you were to take instruction from that child to say, well, okay, he has a valid opinion or a valid choice. I'm going to be governed by what he says. I mean, does that start at 18 or does that start when he is 10 or 5? I don't. Could you kind of like?
It starts when they're around 3, 4, 5, when they're able to articulate their desires, and it evolves and develops from there. You know. So yeah, we give them as many opportunities to make choices and understand the benefits and the consequences of their choices. You start very young, allowing the child to make decisions, and you create opportunities for them to make decisions and to observe the benefits or the liabilities of their decisions. So it starts as soon as they're cognitively able to articulate and determine their desires. Now, of course, we guide them. We instruct them, and we even reserve for ourselves the ability to shut it down as their parents. But the older they get, the more authority they have. My oldest son, 20, he's doing a lot of things I would not have him to do. But I'm grateful that he comes to discuss many of his decisions with his mother and I, and we give him guidance. But we respect his. Ultimately, have to respect his choices.
Right. And I would say this with my children, at the earliest of ages, I would ask them the question, does this make sense to you? Do you think this is a good idea? What do you think will be the result of this? If I'm asking you this question, do you think you're about to make a good decision? I would actually ask them these questions when they were what? 3, 4, 5 years old.
Yeah, it starts very early.
If you do X, what do you think the result is going to be?
Right. And there's a lot of parents who exercise dictatorial authority over their children, and then when they turn 18 they want to send them out to the world to make all their own decisions. You start training a child just like you teach them hygiene from a very earliest age. You teach them to clean up after themselves. You also need to create opportunities and teach them to make decisions and to follow through on those decisions. So with that, brothers, I'm gonna have to exit, but anytime you want to have me out, bro, please holler.
Okay. Next time then.
All right, next time.
Great discussion, brother. Great discussion.
And golly, he just left out. I was like, I'm gonna hit him up about writing that article though. I'm gonna hit him up about writing that article.
Yeah, I didn't want him to go because I had a few more questions for him.
So I would say this: the brother, the brother, he's a very strong Pan-Africanist out of Chicago on the South Side. We've worked together on some different initiatives before. And this is one of the points that we disagree, but I think we came to an agreement at the end. And that was an understanding that, okay, historically patriarchy has been wrong, but patriarchy can evolve. Right? But it's not something. Go ahead, brother.
But I feel like the problem with that is the whole term was not even invented by us. And like the whole concept behind it is different. So we can't try to like redefine their term. We can come up with our own term and then use, because you guys is basically agreeing, to be honest.
So this is what I'm going to say, and there's significant scholarship that touches on the fact that several sub-Saharan African cultures prior to European incursion on the continent were patriarchal in nature. Walter Rodney touches on this throughout his book, seminal historical text of how Europe underdeveloped Africa.
Yeah, but it wasn't called patriarchy.
Right, but but that's what it was. The men were in charge.
Nah. See, but like when I went on Google, so like the whole time you guys was having a discussion, I was on Google looking at the actual definition, and he was actually right with what he was saying. The man has 100% authority in every single thing. In Africa, it has never been like that.
And I understand that. We know that in traditional African cultures, women there was space for elite women to have positions of political and economic power. I understand all of that.
Now I'm speaking about the family. Like even in the family, like the man never just has 100% authority.
I understand that, and that's going all the way back to ancient Kemet, right? In ancient Kemet, property was passed down on the matrilineal line to make sure that the man couldn't just dominate 100%. I got all of that, but the problem with that is we find situations now that coming out of this type of ideology is that we find men not willing to be leaders, not willing to step up, not being willing to make command decisions.
But that's not because of that system, though. That's because of the society we live in, which is pressuring men not to be leaders, and the whole feminist movement, which is
that's exactly what I was about to say. Because the feminist movement teaches that masculinity in itself is inherently wrong. It's inherently wrong and pejorative. It's inherently an adversarial in nature. So when people are growing up in that type of environment, young men aren't going to be leaders. They aren't going to make command decisions. They're not going to take honor and pride in the privilege of protecting their family and their children, because from the feminist perspective, this is seen as what? Wrong. Right. It's seen as controlling. I gave an example of that professor who's a professor of African American literature at Columbia University, who wrote an article complaining about Malcolm X wanting to protect Black women, but at the same time wanting them to fall under their leadership. Whenever you are being protected by someone, you got to do what the hell the protector is saying. I'm the baby in my family. We went to the park. My sister said, "Shut your ass up," because if we get it, so you talk crazy to people, we get in a fight. We don't want to have to do the fighting. That's a reality.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So this is why I'm saying, this is why I would argue you have to state patriarchy, because if not, you're going to have situations in which young boys are being socialized that being a man, being a leader is problematic, and it's not.
See, but that's the problem.
We all know from experience, irrespective of where we are in the world, if we are in North America, South America, Europe, Asia, the continent, Australia, right? Every man can come on there and tell you a situation with a woman saying, I believe in an egalitarian relationship. But when something went bad, she looked at the man and said, now what you gonna do?
Right.
We know this.
Yeah.
So what we need to do in part, if we agree with what Brother King Yada stated, is the dynamic in his household, we need to get his wife, sit her down, study her, and see if we can replicate
sir.
her.
Yes, sir.
Seriously, we need to sit her down, study her, and see if we can replicate her. We need to ask her for if we can extract some of her DNA and see if we can replicate her.
This is the problem.
Seriously.
This is the problem that we all missing. Everything that that brother, I almost call you doctor again, for me soon to be. Everything that brother Lumumba is saying, I don't disagree with. But going according to the definition of actual patriarchy is quite a little bit different than what you're saying. And that's the point I'm trying to stress. And it's very Eurocentric. It's very Eurocentric. It's the male on top. The male has it's very different. I'm like even to this day, African family hoes don't really move like that. The man might play certain positions because it's just nature. We're more physically superior. But the woman still has a place. She still has a say so. Like it's still they still have that certain balance. It's all about balance.
And this is what I'm saying.
Just dictatorship.
And this is what I'm saying. Experience is the best teacher. I'm telling you, that sounds good. But you get into a situation with a woman, marriage, whatever, relationship, when something go bad, she gonna look at your ass. It ain't gonna be egalitarian. When somebody try to break into that house, it's not gonna be we. It's gonna be what you gonna do. I'm telling you.
Yes, because we're physically more superior.
Absolutely.
If you guys have a baby, who do you expect to be nurturing to the baby at first? Is the mom? Is because she's that's just biology, though. Of course, you're supposed to be more. Of course, you're more physically superior. So you're supposed to protect the house. That's just biology. That's not really about patriarchy. That's the problem we're feeling in real life.
Because if you believe in
that's biology.
If you believe in an egalitarian situation, then it's not. Then your biology doesn't matter.
Yeah, see, but that's not what I'm saying, though. I don't believe in none of those positions. I'm saying I believe in I believe in indigenous African ideologies. I feel like that's how we should be running our family homes, our government, communities, and everything. Because we have a whole different situations and we're different. Most black women is not going to go for that whole dictatorship. Let's be honest. It's not going to work. And I know I'm dealing with a lot of women also, brother.
Right. Well, I would say this. Well, first off, we have to understand that it's not a dictatorship. But if you are in a relationship, hold on. But if you are in a relationship with anyone, right? And in that relationship, that person is making decisions unilaterally, that's disrespectful. Period. Because the decisions that person makes affects you. You see what I'm saying? So that's disrespectful. But this is where we see, as particularly with feminism, you ain't got to consult with your man. You don't have to get his respect. You can do whatever you want. Literally, but I disagree. Brother Byron, tap in and give your perspective on why you don't think it's a dictatorship. But I'm telling you from experience, as someone who's put almost 40 years old, I got a couple years to 40. I'm telling you, the reality is when the chips are down, that person's going to all of a sudden take patriarchy off the shelf and say, I want patriarchy. You need to make the decisions. See, I'm telling you what I know.
This is the problem we're failing to realize again. I'm not talking about your definition or the brother in the chat's definition. I'm going by the official definition. You can go on Google and definition of family structures. It's not what you guys are saying. You guys are trying to redefine it and make it sound like a little sweet, but that's not how it works. And if you look at history, you look at Greco-Roman history and how they actually played it, it's not like what you guys are making it sound. That's the problem. I agree with everything you're saying. Everything you're saying is correct. I agree with that. But my problem is you're trying to redefine the definition again.
Bro,
that's the problem.
Bill Kalan, how you could agree with everything Brother Lumumba is saying and also disagree with everything what Brother Diallo is saying, because they're saying two different things.
No.
And let me also say this. I think that the issue that I'm having with Brother Diallo is that we are all influenced not only by our experiences, but I think that we are influenced by what we come from as well. And he did a psychoanalysis of how Brother Lumumba was raised, but he didn't do a psychoanalysis of how he was raised. He was raised by Big Mama. He was raised by his grandmother. So I don't think that he was in a situation where he would have seen or been around that strong male authoritative figure in the home, and that being having a positive impact in his life. So I think that what was coming from that is, well, it's either irrelevant or it's something that's bad and terrible. And I think that if the foundation is bad, then everything, the house structure is also going to be bad as well. So I think that that's the problem when he comes up with his analysis of just taking out the patriarchy because he considers it as evil. I think that there are some parts of patriarchy that is not necessarily good for our community, but I also feel that there are nuances in patriarchy. So there are some things that patriarchy that gives a family structure that is beneficial to men and women as well. So I wouldn't completely agree with brother Diallo. As a matter of fact, there are many things that I disagreed with in his commentary,
well,
but I'll
what
just
you
leave it
just
there
did,
because he's not here. He's not
yeah,
here
and
to
what you
defend
just did
himself.
just
So
now,
I'll
and
just
what
leave
you
it
just
there.
did, and what you just did just now was very slick disrespectful because you don't know, you're making assumptions, talking about the whole Big Mama thing. You don't know how he was raised. And the reason why he was questioning Brother Lumumba is because he was trying to find his definition. He was trying to prove to him that according to his definition and what patriarchy actually means is completely different. That's why he was asking him about his background, how he was raised. And how he was raised, according to the definition, is not patriarchy, which is facts. That's why he was asking those questions about his background. He was trying to get an understanding of what was going on.
To say that I'm
I don't know, you keep trying to attack him with the Big Mama.
to say that I was being slick.
But Bawana,
Yeah, you keep saying Big Mama.
Hold on. I just muted both of you all real quick. One mic. Brother Diallo did state how he was raised. He stated he was raised by his maternal grandmother. So I just want to put that out there. He did state that. Okay, so you all can tap back in.
And Big Mama, Big Mama is a term that some Black people use as a term for grandmother in the household.
You should be funny when you said it, though. Be honest.
I would say grandmother. No. I would say grandmother. That's one. Two, to say that I'm being slick and disrespectful. You don't know it.
So let me say this real quick, and I meant to bring this up. I meant to bring this up, but another thing that we tend to find happen is that anything a man does, anything that the head of the household does, when the head of the household is a man, he does something wrong, it's because of patriarchy. And when the woman is the head of the household and she does something wrong, it's not because of matriarchy, it's because she's trying to emulate patriarchy, right? So I will give an example. The situation that took place in Baltimore when I think it was Freddie Gray was killed in police custody. They had the riots or the rebellions. There was a video of a mother going and getting her son and basically punching him over and over and over again upside the head. And she was paraded around on all the talk shows and was called Mother of the Year for physically assaulting her son. When all she had to do was simply grab her son by the arm and say, "Let's go." But if a man had did that, they would be, see, this is an example of patriarchy. They're violent. They are vile. They go over the top in disciplining their children. So we don't see the same energy for the same behavior when it's a man and when it's a woman. And this is, to me, some of the hypocrisy when it comes to critiquing Black men and critiquing Black patriarchy, because it's always viewed through a pathological lens. It's always through a pathological lens. No one talks about how children being sexually assaulted because the mothers are consistently allowing men to be in the home with their children because they're very cavalier about who the children are around. No one says, well, this is a flaw of matriarchy. You see what I'm saying? So there's an inconsistency in the critiques.
But remember, I agree with everything you're saying, but this is the problem with the whole manosphere and this whole red pill content. I agree with everything you're saying. Why can't we just call it Black manhood? Black, why does it have to be Black patriarchy? This is the whole problem I'm having with this whole, why do we have to use this term patriarchy? It's like, why do we have to and now we're trying to redefine their definition.
I'm going to answer the question. I'm going to answer the question. And this is my personal perspective. So this isn't the gospel truth, right? I don't think that Black men, and this is my personal opinion, should shy away from taking on a mantle of leadership. I don't. We know the white hegemonic power structure doesn't want us to be leaders. We know intersectional feminists don't want us to be leaders. We know the global system of anti-blackness do not want black men to be leaders. We know the greatest threat to white supremacy is what? Black men. This is why they work so hard to try to destroy us. So I do not believe that we should be afraid of taking on that mantle, defining it, standing on it, and saying this is what it is.
Are you conflating patriarchy with manhood and leadership?
I believe it's mutually exclusive.
Nah, brother, you gotta get rid of the term patriarchy. I think as it's been brought up multiple times, I think you need to come up, and I'm sure this definition already exists. We just don't know it or haven't come across it yet, but an African-centered version of it, right? Because when you talk about patriarchy, I'll bring up part of the definition here, a system of society or government in which men hold the power and women are largely excluded from it. That's not African. That's European through and through. So we got to throw away that term, brother. You're brilliant. You can come up with something or find something that we already use, right?
Okay.
But patriarchy ain't it, brother.
Okay. And I will accept that. I know that Sister Clenoa Helson Williams, she took issue and umbrage with black feminism, and she came up with Africana womanism. Because she talked about that in African culture, we're supposed to be complementary. We're supposed to be working together, not shitting on each other. So I will accept that. As I stated before, part of being a man, part of being a leader is you're able to admit when you're wrong. You're able to admit when someone else has the proper perspective. And I just wrote that down, that probably evolving patriarchy, black manhood. So that is something that I'm going to look into. And I'm serious when I tell you all this. We're going to write that article, and I'm going to have Brother Kenyatta come on, be second author, and we're going to submit it for publication.
And let's be honest,
look forward to
my
reading.
moms and grannies is not going for black bitch.
Whatever conclusion give me a second. Give me a second, Brother Go on. In any conclusions that we reach in terms of how we relate to our female partners, we must remember that the women have to play along too. So if it's going to be a situation where it's going to be leadership based on consensus, they have to play along too. If they don't play along with that paradigm, it's going to still be an imbalance. Either the women is going to the female is going to dominate, or she's going to expect you to. So I know we theorizing right now, but my belief is how is it going to take practical effect? Because out here in the real world, that the general consensus by many women and men is men have traditional roles of leadership, or if it's just a female by herself or all alone, she is going to take that role if she doesn't have a male partner. That's the reality of things. So how we coin terms and define terms, what is going to be practical and what is going to be most effective in the real world is going to be most important to us. And what I'm saying is, though, the females have to play along with this idea of leadership by consensus as well.
Yeah, and I agree with that. It's just that I know from experience, working with the Montgomery County Fatherhood Initiatives, mentoring numerous men, being part of initiatives, that even though that's a reality, but there comes times where they're like, no, ain't no consensus. You make the decision. It's on you. And so this is something I think men have to prepare themselves for, is that there may be a time in a relationship or in the family unit that you have to make an executive decision. That's just the.
No, I agree. I agree. And what I would tell the brothers, there's nothing wrong with black male leadership in the home or outside of it. And I think that it's seeming to me that is being demonized, in a way. And I wouldn't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. It's not to say that we don't respect the sisters. It's not to say that we don't love the sisters and they can't give us good advice and good instruction. But I'm saying that there's nothing wrong with black male leadership, and I'll leave it there.
And in fact, and this is speak on that, and I'm gonna let you tap in, but a big honor, and the sisters, you could tap in the conversation as well. One of the things that we oftentimes find in the mainstream media, that black fathers who are raising their children, and the children are well behaved, they're demonized, and people make assumptions that the children are afraid of them. So like I said, when we talk about damned if we do, damned if we don't, if the father is in the home and the children are well behaved, oh my gosh, the kids must be afraid of him. We saw this with LeVar Ball. When that white woman came on the show, was like, all his kids, they all want to play basketball. We never seen children all want to do the same thing. They must be scared of their dad. So we see these narratives and discourses that when the fathers are good parents and the children are well behaved and got their ish going on and they're doing well in life, well, they must be afraid of their daddy. So the narrative is always negative about black male leadership. And so this is why I say we must embrace it rather than push away from it. Literally. I can recall, as I said before, buying my daughter flowers all the time. And one of the white administrators at her school, he must be doing something to her for him to buy her flowers all the time. Literally, so this is a reality. So this is why I'm stating, we have to be cognizant of this reality and understand that this is what tends to take place, unfortunately, when the black men are being leaders. So that's all.
I think we're misunderstanding each other because we agree with everything you guys just said. I'm 100% for black leadership. But right now, what you guys are doing is basically like when you tell somebody to put the Bible aside and they're like, how are we going to get our morals? How are we going to get our culture? How are we going to get our values without the Bible? And that's exactly what you guys are doing right now. We're telling you guys we don't need this whole patriarchal. It's not our system. You feel me? We had our own unique form of patriarchy, if you want to say that. Rather, like we probably had our own African form. And all I'm saying is we need to create our own system of that. We don't have to follow their system to gain leadership. I agree with everything you're saying.
And I don't think we're following this. I don't think black men being leaders in their homes and in the community is following a European version of leadership.
I agree. So why are you calling it patriarchy? That's my point.
This is why we stated what the title of the forthcoming article is: Evolving Patriarchy, Black Manhood in the 21st Century.
Yeah, but
go ahead, brother Bickerline.
Nah, go ahead, brother.
Go ahead. I was just gonna say, brother, you wouldn't be getting this much pushback if you just said that we need black men to take leadership in the black community. When you say patriarchy, we then need to go into the actual definition of the word, and that's non-African, that's European through and through, right? So if you said that, see, and for me as well, this is something I'm trying to work out, right? Do I think the way we should go is the black man taking leadership and getting shit straight, or if we do this as a unit?
Well, yeah, but
community. That's what I'm trying to work out. So I don't disagree with that either. Part
of a black man being a leader is what? The woman is being a leader too. See, the European,
I agree with that.
Connotates that if the man's a leader, the woman's a spectator.
Mm-hmm.
No. For example, every organization initiative I've been in, we practice what? Gender equality. We got a male lead, we got a female lead. We know the aunt teaches us you got to have duality. Even with my children, whatever my son did, my daughter got to do, and vice versa. Other than wear a dress, right? You know what I mean? But that's what we did. That was the reality. When I being in the military, when I taught my son how to stay and watch and took him to the range and be able to shoot, guess who did it as well? My daughter. So that's the perspective I'm coming from, that a man being a leader does not presuppose that the woman is being a spectator. That's not the way we operate.
So your definition is certainly not patriarchy then. Certainly not.
It's
African. Yes, it's African in nature. Exactly.
And so that's the point I've been trying to make all night. That's the only.
So, you know what? It might be called. I might call it Africana-manism.
That part.
Maybe Africana-womanism, why not Africana-manism?
I respect that.
Seriously. So, like I said, this is why we have these conversations. Like I said, I'm not rigid. You see what I'm saying? And so I'm very glad that we were able to have this conversation, and I'm learning as well. And this is what we look to here to do at Lumumba Speaks, right? Because we're about Black empowerment. And Black empowerment and Black culture and African culture isn't rigid. It isn't static. It's fluid. And it grows and develops over time to the benefit of what? Our people. So we're going to go to Brother Seattle Sideshow. Shout out if you're living in Seattle, the Emerald City. And then we're going to give it to Trina Jackson.
Yo, what's up? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, so what's the topic pretty much? You're talking about patriarchy?
So we had a question regarding does patriarchy help or hurt the Black community? I got some vociferous feedback from the audience regarding the fact that patriarchy is a European construct and that we know in traditional African societies, there's a duality there. The man may be the one who makes some command decisions, but it's a duality, and we know that there has to be male and female in order to have balance. And so we were having a conversation now regarding using an African-centered term, right, for Black men and African male leadership, rather than using a European model. But if you could tap in and share your perspective in any way that you would like.
Absolutely. I think so is this a pro, I'm not sure about your channel, your community. Is this pro Africa? Like, are you guys Pan-Africans?
Yes, I am a
African?
Pan-Africanist, yes, sir.
Okay. So I think before we could talk about, whether patriarchy is good or bad, especially if you speak in the African culture terms, I think we need to first, before we, are we talking Morocco, Africa? Are we talking Ethiopia? Are we talking Zimbabwe? Like what? Africa's a big continent, so
I was speaking more so in terms of the Western diaspora, particularly in an African American community.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. See, I think so. You're speaking Western African. That's it's very specific.
Yeah, in the West
Versus
African,
okay.
particularly in the African American community. So, but we can't extrapolate that to the global African community as well.
Yeah, I was talking about the global African community.
Okay, so it's not. So you guys aren't returning to a specific part of the continent. You're just saying Africa, period. So Morocco.
Yes.
So if I say
no, not Morocco.
So we're talking about African people. African
those
people.
are Arabs.
Yeah,
those are
African
Arabs.
people.
Is that not Africa? Moroccans aren't.
Well, yeah, but we're talking about Black Africans, not Arabs who live in Africa.
Indigenous African people.
Oh, okay, interesting. All right, I didn't know it was a distinction there. Okay, well, I mean, in that terms, I'll be honest, I don't, when I think pro-African, I think the entire continent. I don't necessarily think a specific region of Africa.
Yes, sir. That's understandable.
Okay, well, I think that patriarchy doesn't necessarily. Before we can look at patriarchy, I think you have to look at the culture. Whether you have patriarchy or not, if the culture isn't healthy, it really doesn't matter what methods of the madness you use. It's not really going to take us very far. I think you have to really address that Black culture, whether it's African, Caribbean, South American, or American. I think we have to address the culture first before we can even talk about what the operating system is going to be.
Okay.
That's my take on it. I don't think because you guys said in Africa is more of a half and half, which I don't believe in. I don't think it's a such thing. I think so when you guys say half and half, you're saying that the woman also has some power?
Of course she has power. We said it's a balance though. I didn't really say it's just a balance. It's like everybody of course if you're a male biologically, you're more physically superior. Of course you're gonna be handling more of the physical labor, but the woman also has a say so. You know what I mean? She still has her roles. She still has her part to play, but it's not just like the man dominates the whole family. The man, it's not like the whole European patriarchy system. It's a duality, like Brother Lumumba said earlier.
Okay. In your opinion, what do you think has had more success in as far as innovation, economy, and whatnot? Has it been Europe under the patriarchal system, or West Africa under the woman has some control system?
Well, patriarchy did not get power and control. I mean, the Europeans did not get power and control just because of their patriarchal system. We're talking about a family system. They did it with a lot more murdering, undermining. So that's a whole different topic. So I don't think you can correlate the two. Okay. And we're completely different people too. Also, we have completely different cultures, which is why that whole system does not work in the Black community.
Okay. I may
well,
agree
so
with
real
you
quick,
there,
let me say this. I would disagree with that because from Reconstruction up to 1960, it was working very well. And one things I mentioned when at the start of my life was a book by Dr. William Stokely. He's a professor of African American history at University of North Carolina. He wrote a book called Hattiesburg, an American City in Black and White. I've read this book. He actually signed the book for me. And it talks about in this book that when they were developing the Black community in Hattiesburg, the Black community, the Black people said, we want to have nuclear families because we believe this is in the best interest of us building a robust, healthy, self-sufficient Black community. And it turned out that they were right. So what I can say is that we do see a model from Reconstruction up to 1960 where that model did work in the African-American community.
Yeah, can we be honest? We all grew up in Black families. No Black family is ever 100% patriarchy. Let's just be real. It's
But
not.
I don't think any situation is 100% anything.
I mean, if we're going by the definition of it, that's what I'm saying. If we're going by
that might be the definition, but that's
and
not
even
the
history
reality.
and even in history, in Greco-Roman history, you look at it, it definitely was patriarchy by the definition. If we
But they hated women, though. They hated women.
That's their culture.
They were misogynist.
And
they were misogynist.
That's the root of it, though. That's literally the root of it. You know that, right? Patriarchy comes from that. It comes from that culture. That's the root of the whole system we're talking about right now. And that's my point I'm trying to make. That is not our system. It's different.
So Butter Design says that's debatable. Tap in, Butter Design. You're a great supporter of the show. Tap in and share your perspective. The Brother Seattle Side Show, I'm going to give it back to you.
Yeah, see, I don't agree with this notion that just because it's historically, I mean, we could even flip it. Just because it's historically Norwegian doesn't mean that we need to continue doing it the Norwegian way if it's not working. Just because, it was half the man, and half Big Mama controls the culture and the community in the past doesn't mean we should go back to that, especially if other parts of the world, whether that's East Asia, whether that's Northern Europe or Brazil, whatever, has been doing it a different way, and they've 200, 300, 500% has grown past that particular part of Africa. If y'all want to talk about West Africa, I mean, has West Africa been thriving under that?
Let's speak on this real quick, because I'm not sure if you're aware of like history or anything. You keep trying to make it seem like the Black community. You keep saying this whole Big Mama, and every time I'm talking about the women, like the whole family structure being balanced, you keep mentioning Big Mama. Like all that family structure right now has been removed. That's the reason why it's like that. It's been undermined. The man was taken out of the family. We already know how that goes. Feminism came into the Black community. There's a lot of factors and context that you're living out. You just keep making it seem like the whole Black family structure is just solid. We're not going through all this. Like, what are you like? Like, what are you trying to say right now? I don't get it. You keep trying to ask like, how is it?
I think you're trying to get at something. I think you should just get to the point. Make it plain.
The Big Mama, I only mentioned Big Mama once.
Yeah, but like, why did you mention Big Mama? Like, what's up with trying this term Big Mama? Like, y'all watching too much Kevin Samuels or something, bro. Like,
I've never.
Well, no, that was Butter Bawana. Butter Bawana isn't on the show anymore. But Butter Bawana was the one that used the term Big Mama a couple times.
Oh yeah, I'm like, why about
but I will say this: the concept Big Mama wasn't, of course, popularized by Kevin Samuels. This was a term that we saw in the movie Soul Food. There were three Martin Lawrence movies entitled Big Mama's House 1, 2, and 3. So this isn't something that was popularized by Kevin Samuels.
Precious.
This is something that, Precious. So this is something that was actually pushed, we can argue, by the dominant culture. Right, and we know that the concept of Big Mama was rooted in a manly stereotype of this big, obese, super dark-skinned, obese Black woman who was a uber religious, asexual, and would cook food that was so good that it would eventually kill you. So this stereotype of the mammy we've seen in a number of movies, starting and most notably with Hattie McDaniel and her Oscar-winning performance in Gone with the Wind.
I agree with the history. I'm speaking of recently, and when we're speaking about relationships, we all know who has brought the term back and has been using it. Speaking on relationships, it's been all over the manosphere.
I've never heard Kevin Samuels use Big Mama.
Okay, all right.
Well, I've heard him use it before.
Yeah. Well, my only point is, like, it seems like you keep like trying to take shots at African systems, but I don't think you aware. I don't think you know about anything about African systems and how it works. You probably never been to West Africa, so I don't think it's fair for you to just take shots at West Africa like that. Like, I don't get the whole.
You don't know. Yeah,
you said what?
I haven't even exactly. You don't know. That's why I'm sitting there asking. Has under the system that you prefer, this half duality, half man, half woman, what has it done for West Africa? I mean, is it thriving under that system now?
Yes, the family system in West Africa in most parts is still intact. The problem that we have other factors that's affecting our family system.
Yeah, colonization.
Slavery,
We're under
The
direct.
only reason that West Africa isn't thriving despite it having a lack of let's say a high GDP, whatever. Let's say look at other regions of the world. Let's say Southeast Asia. They've also had similar traits, whether it was colonization, whether it was economic situations, but Vietnam and especially Thailand has skyrocketed the last 20, 30 years, and under with a similar background. So I don't think it can be. I don't think in the 21st century we can put it all on colonization.
Well,
So
brother,
I'm just saying, but I'm not saying that you're
that'd
wrong.
be
I'm just saying
historically inaccurate. By the way, the histories is definitely not similar. Africa's
And also,
history and
yeah.
what are you talking about?
And also, you're
Okay,
acting as if colonization ended. This isn't Asia. We're talking about Africa. We're still under colonialism and neo-colonialism right now. So I think you should brush yourself up on not only the
so you
history of
guys are
Africa,
saying
but what is
that.
happening right now.
So you guys are saying that Europe is still the reason in 2022 that West Africa isn't thriving.
Without a shadow of a doubt.
Brother Byron Brandon
Without
said,
a shadow of a doubt.
Brother Byron Brandon
Our
said,
enemies, straight up.
Attacking the black family is removing male leadership. What are your thoughts on that comment? Attacking the black family.
I agree with that. And who's removing male leadership? Do you guys think that it's really just black women moving male leadership? Like, as many factors to this. They do play a part and they do perpetuate the behavior. I agree with that. But you guys are acting like it's not factors in context to this whole situation and why they're doing this. We look at the system we're living under and how our whole community is being minimized. Like, we know what's going on. There's many factors to this.
Well, but I would say this. There are only 2 black institutions in the black community in America that are not run by white folk. That's the black church and that's the black family. And so we know that there have been initiatives created to incentivize women not having men in the home, right? But this is something that is done, I would dare say, on their own. Yes, it's incentivized to not have the man in the home, and I don't need no man I can do this. But this is a reality. As I stated, but to be quiet, you stated, I've had 8 women in the past 3 years approach me and say, "Would you just give me a baby?"
Right. The white girls are doing it too, though.
Yeah. So we see that this is an issue that transcends race. This is something that unfortunately there's a devaluing of family, and a lot of times if you actually have conversations with modern women, I used to say modern women, a la Kevin Samuels, in which you're not being judgmental, they would tell you, I don't want to have a family because I don't want to have another adult in the home who can hold me accountable for my behavior. If I want to go out at the club and party on a Wednesday night instead of help my kids with the homework, I have the ability to do that. This is a reality. And so we have to be cognizant that this is something that is actually happening in today's day and age. We see situations where women are in, irrespective of race, relationships with responsible, dependable, reliable men who have a consistent income. They have a career, and the minute they have a child, the woman will say, "Okay, I don't want to be with you anymore." This is something that happens on a daily basis. You don't believe me? Go down to your local family court.
I agree with everything you're saying.
Outside the context of oppression. This is outside the context of anti-black.
It is, though, because it's psychological. It is, and it's all over the media. That's what they're pushing. Like, when they go to college, most of these females, they taking all these feminist classes. They're literally being taught this. That's why most of their talking points is feminist talking points. I agree with all of that. But how can we solve it? The system.
No, I disagree. I think
the system has way more power than we do.
And we're gonna let Sister Trina Jackson tap in. I think what you can do is what me and Brother Dialogue Kenyatta agreed upon was you have to meet with someone who has complementary and that share your values and have complementary values. That's just what I think it comes down to. But Sister Jackson, we're gonna let you tap in. And sorry, Miss Jackson, for having you wait so long. But tap right in.
Well, I personally think this gender war is messing up Black patriarchy in the community, because I think we just got too many brothers that are red pill and then you got too many sisters that are feminists. And now today, neither one of us want to come to a middle ground and say, look, let's put
Yes.
this to the side. Let's get together so we can create Black families and strong, healthy Black children and build together and leave legacies. I think a lot of it is, to me, in my opinion, is a lot of gender war, and nobody's willing to compromise. All the sisters are mad at the brothers, and all the brothers are mad at the sisters. I don't see where you're going to get anywhere when you're mad at the sisters, and then some brothers, not all Black men, are blaming Black women, saying it's our fault. You know, you sold the Black man out for the white man because now you want to get education and work in corporate America and make all this money and start businesses, and you don't need me, so forget you. And you know, to be honest with you, most Black women do want a strong Black man. We want Black men to lead us and guide us. But I've always said this. I think if Black men put more time into building infrastructures, because men are designed to lead and build and protect. That's what men are designed for. I think if Black men put more emphasis on building, setting up infrastructures, laying foundations, put yourselves in positions of power, I think the women will come, because women, regardless of what color they are, respect power.
So
And if the white man is powerless, I'm sorry, you're not going to get a lot of respect from Black people.
I'm going to say this much. From my lived experience, and real quick, Sister Empress Love said, shake my head, that sounds like a minority group of women. I would disagree. I think when you have an 80% of single parent household rate, that's the majority. And we know a lot of this comes from the fact that nowadays women, irrespective of their race, are willing to carry before they marry. That's just an argument. Women in today's day and age, in the 21st century, are more than any other time than we could speak of in Western society history, willing to have children before they're married. That's not a prerequisite anymore. The other thing I would say is, unfortunately, and but a design says that's a sexist argument, Mel. So we're gonna let her respond. But a design, if you want to tap in and be part of the conversation, I greatly appreciate that. But one thing I do know, and I've experienced, is women being jealous of men who are experiencing success in their career or building institutions, so on and so forth. And this is irrespective of the woman's racial, ethnic background. So we have to be honest that the reality is, when you talk to men who have been in relationships, who are doing all those things, there tends to oftentimes be jealousy involved, irrespective of the racial ethnic background. So once again, we're dealing with what I would argue dysfunctionalism, and a lot of this comes from feminist talking points, where women are taught that men being leaders, men creating infrastructure, men building businesses is seen as what? This heterosexual patriarchal control, and as a result, they're supposed to rail against that. So I think we have to also have a more inclusive conversation where we also understand that there's an underlying, as Brother Bequan always talks about, ideology there that oftentimes has, I would argue, socialized or indoctrinated women to go against men who are even doing things that are what oftentimes beneficial for them.
You mind if I tap in?
Yes, please.
And all of you have good talking points, Trina. I agree. You can't have everyone arguing and with each other and whatnot. That won't get us anywhere either. But I still don't think we're addressing the elephant in the room, so to speak. So let's say let's bring this back to the States.
Okay, so what's the elephant? What's the elephant for you?
I think the elephant in the room is, first off, self-accountability on both parts.
Mm-hmm.
And I also think it's our behavior and our culture. Like I said when I first came in here, and let's bring in, let's say, how have the Asian population, or we can even bring this to Mexicans, how have they, since the year 2000, or let's say the last 20 years, have come into the United States, by the way, have surpassed even whites in median household salary. They almost pretty much run Silicon Valley by this point. The Arabs have come into the black neighborhoods, started stores and whatnot with like very little or nothing. Mexicans in California live 8 to a house, and they save up, they work together, they buy out a home, and then they get together. So we can talk about feminism, we can talk about the white man, we can talk about Megan Thee Stallion, whatever. But the elephant in the room is the behavior, financial discipline, and the culture around why we're just not working together and we're not grinding like these other races of people that are coming to the States and beating us in half a century. And that needs to be addressed.
But one thing I do
Economics,
want to
that's the
say,
elephant in the room.
Okay, go ahead, Sister Jackson.
but my thing about the Seattle Side Show is right, because I think we just spend too much time debating instead of working together to build. My question is, do Black men, I'm specifically Black American men, do they want power? That's my question. Do you
I
guys
don't
want
think most
power?
do. I don't think most do, because power comes with responsibility. It's the same reason why, in my opinion, a lot of men will talk about, oh, I want a feminine woman, I want a woman that takes care of the kids, I want her to be submissive to me. But at the same time, a lot of men really don't want that 100. They don't want to be 100% responsible for the bills and the house I mean, not saying you guys, but a lot of these men in Kevin Samuel streams, in the Black Manosphere, that talk a good game about what they want in a woman, but they aren't willing to really take 100%
So,
accountability. It's
so I
almost
would
like
say
men that
this.
say,
So
go
let
ahead.
me say this. I would never pay 100% of the bills in the house with another adult living there. If you're able-bodied, unless you're raising my child, you're going to have to work. The only people that get a free ride in my home are my children.
Well, sorry, let me reiterate. I didn't mean to say 100%. Let's just say the majority of the load as a man of the household. A lot of men say that they want to take up that role of having a submissive woman, but they don't want the responsibilities that come
And
with
that's
that.
not
But it's not
patriarchy.
just, I mean, okay,
Brother
yeah,
Lamont,
maybe,
that's not
maybe.
patriarchy. If you're not
No,
paying
no,
all the bills.
yeah,
But
yeah. But I'm
ain't
not
nobody living out
arguing
for me
for
for
it.
free.
No,
Ain't
not you,
living
brother.
out
I'm
for
just
me
messing
for
around with
free.
Brother Lamont.
Yeah, ain't no grown up living out for me for free. Absolutely not. If you able-bodied, unless you're raising my child, hey, you're going to have to get out there and work. For
I
real.
think Sister Trina asked a great question, and I want to ask her a question. So when you say do Black men want power, are you talking about within a relationship dynamic, or do you mean like in the world?
In the world dynamic.
Okay, great question. That's an excellent question. So I'll say a few Black men do want that power. And what those men are doing is they're trying to organize our people, right, within organizations so we can gain that power. The only way us as African people in America or globally can gain that power is by organizing and coming together. That's the only way we'll be able to get power. And once we do that, sister, we will get power.
Nice.
And that's where some people are working on, like myself. So.
And brother PWA, aphrodisiac, tap in, brother, if you want. I'm going to put the link in the chat. He says, running the home isn't power. Paying bills isn't power. So I'm going to put the link in the chat if you want to tap in, brother or sister. I don't want to make any assumptions.
I actually agree with that.
Low-key.
I think what I was trying to say is that having taken on the load of responsibility is power. That's my opinion. But I don't think you should simp. No, I'm just saying, if you want to be a leader of what, like, we even bring this to military, you're responsible for those troops. You have power, so you're responsible for those troops.
So I'm gonna give an anecdotal personal example. I was in a relationship. I was paying like 80% of the bills. I got up, went to work. I was working full time. I actually had 2 jobs. You know what that woman told me one day? She told me I had male privilege because I was going to work every day and paying the majority of the bills. And this is somebody I was with for 6 years. So when I tell you from experience, doing all these things doesn't mean that woman's just going to fall in line and da-da-da-da-da. It's going to come down to, does she have the same and or complementary values? I know from experience, just like I know swimming, they're doing everything right. They got a box like Ocean Spray. They're built like a body-shaped figure 8, right? And the dude still cheat on her and leave her. It comes down to if the person has the same values as you, not what you're doing for that person.
I completely agree. I completely agree. And in Jabril, what African country are you from, brother?
I'm from Somalia.
And if you're watching, make sure you hit the like button, hit the thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Make sure you hit the subscribe and like button. We're just a couple subscribers away from 2,000 2Gs. So you're watching LumumbaSpeaks.com here on YouTube, a Black Empowerment Initiative where I believe we could gain a competitive advantage by always betting on Black. The link is in the chat once again. Brother Ghost, I need you to tap in. Brother Design, I need you to tap in. Sister Mary Shire, I need you to tap in. Love Ash, I need you to tap in as well so we can finish this conversation. But once again, as I said it before, and I hate to say that this is anecdotal, but in my experience, I know brothers who have experienced the same thing. I know brothers who are paying 100% of the bills, making 6 figures, damn near 200 grand a year. The woman says, you know what? I don't want to do this no more. I want to go out and have fun. Literally. So this whole prerequisite don't work that way. I remember my daughter, who will be 13 next month, we had a conversation one day. She said, well, you don't take me shopping. And I said, and? This relationship isn't based on what I buy you. So we have to be very careful of those narratives to where the only value a man has is in what he provides materially for the woman or child. Now, we know we live in a material world. You got to have a roof over your head, clothes in your back, food in your belly. But we have to be very careful about that.
So wait, is that a patriarchy? So what would you tell me what you think a patriarchy is?
Well, and this is a conversation we had with Brother Jabril, Brother Kenyatta.
Okay, just summarize. I don't want you to have to repeat yourself.
And so basically what we came to was that the concept of patriarchy comes from a European model that is extremely rigid. And so we looked at moving forward into evolving patriarchy and looking to define Africana Black manhood in a manner in which the man is a leader and he understands that there are times where he's going to have to make executive decisions in the home.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
What do you think about like a child on, like, let's say, you're the man in your house, you're running everything. Let's say by definition, you're running your house as per you say it's patriarchy, but your woman decides, let's say you guys have kids, she decides to leave you. Who's getting the kids, preferably in your system?
Well, unfortunately, because of the court system, women get the children 90% of the time. But that's due to the court system, the legal system, and the laws in this country. Like in many states in America, if you have children and you aren't married, the mother is the custodial parent at birth, and the father actually has to go to the court to get his legal rights as a parent.
So then that would mean that you can't have a patriarchy in America.
Well, if you're married, but if you're married, when the child is born, both parents have full custody, joint custody. So it's based on the laws and it's nuanced if you're married or if you're not, and depending on the state that you're in.
Don't we have on paper it shows that women usually get the kids in that situation though?
Well, it depends. So, and oftentimes when you're married, you have joint custody at birth. But what happens is most men, if they go through a divorce, they don't know. I've been through a divorce. When you file for divorce, you're going to have an interim custody hearing within 2 to 4 weeks of filing that initial divorce paperwork. And what will happen is at that initial hearing, you can say, hey, we got joint custody. We might as well keep it that way. And then what will happen is as long as nobody does anything crazy, you finish the divorce and you will end with joint custody. But most men don't know that. So they show up, have that initial custody hearing, and agree to pay child support and get visitation. And then when the divorce is finally finalized in a year or a year and a half, the court is going to say, well, if the child is already living with the mom full time and you get visitation, there's no need to change it unless there's been a change in circumstance or mom has shown that she's a negligent parent. So that's one of the reasons why when men are married, they don't get custody. But when I was part of the Montgomery County Fatherhood Initiative, I gave men this advice, and I could say this, and it's actually 100% accurate. 100% of the time when I told men, as a married man, you have joint custody, you could go down there and request joint custody at your initial custody hearing. Every single one of them, when the divorce was finalized, they ended the divorce with joint custody, and they didn't have to pay child support. So some of it is people not knowing their rights.
Interesting. I've never heard that take.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, straight up.
Okay.
Yeah. A lot of it is just people not knowing their rights. And I wish I had known that when I went through my divorce. But I found out, and when I was part of the Montgomery County Fatherhood Initiative, I shared this information with the man. I said, you don't even need a lawyer. You could go down and fill out the paperwork yourself. You don't even need a lawyer.
Now, is this able to do in very liberal states like Washington, California, New York?
You can do it in any state. In any state in America, if you're married, you have joint custody of that child. Both parents are the custodial parent when you're married.
Okay.
When you're married. And so this is why it's important for brothers to what? Marry before they make sure the sister's carrying, because you have equal rights.
Oh, that's the key factor right there. You
Yeah,
just said it. So it has to be. So it has to be done before she's carrying.
Yes, that's why I tell people all the time, you want to get married first. But Sister Love asked me, I didn't. She put something in here. You did. So you were with her for 6 years and didn't know she believed in male privilege. Well, basically, what happened is the sister pulled a bait and switch. That's just what it was. I can't make it any plainer. We was together that long. Next thing you know, we were creeping towards the wedding, and she just flipped the script and became a whole different person. So that's like when Brother Kenyatta was kind of being playing tongue in cheek when he said that. I knew from personal experience that is something that does happen. That happened to my best friend. Same thing. He was with a woman for 15 years. They were married for 8. They had 6-year-old twins. And then next thing you know, she woke up one morning and said, I don't want to be married anymore. And took the kids and moved to Miami. They were living in New York. And told the boys, I don't got a daddy anymore. This stuff really happens to men who are responsible and doing the right thing.
Okay.
So
I do want to go back to that last point. In an alternate universe, patriarchy, where would the children go? Like, where should the kids go?
I would say this: in many African countries, particularly many East African countries, if there is a divorce, the children go with the father. Because, like I say, the studies show that children do well educationally. They're less likely to have behavioral issues. They're less likely to become sexually promiscuous, become involved in a carceral state, also known as the criminal justice system, when they live primarily with the dad. And this is when you control for race. This is when you control for political ideology, socioeconomic status, and even religious beliefs.
Okay, so you're saying that they should go to the father.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
The outcome shows that children do better holistically when they are in the home with the father rather than the mother, irrespective of the race, socioeconomic status, religious beliefs, or political ideology of the parents.
So we should be. Okay.
Where are the programs to help Black boys and Black men? Because me being a Black American female in this country, all I see is Black girl magic, Black women in business, Black girls code, Black women in tech. Mm-hmm. And don't get it wrong, because I'm a Black woman, and yay, go Black women. I'm glad Black women are doing their thing. Where are the programs for Black men? Because all I see is the passport brothers. I'm just keeping it, I see the passport. I see, forget these modern women in America, go overseas and go get somebody that's more submit. Where are the programs to help?
Well, I would say this. I know of some, but part of that is because I'm tapped in. In my hometown of Dayton, Ohio, we have the Africana Village. Yes. Right. We also have the Juma Mose Shule, which is an African-centered Saturday school known as the West Dayton Youth Task Force. We have the Big Brothers Big Sisters program, which is the African-centered male and female mentoring program in Dayton. There's even a program out of Columbus that focuses on youth development for Black boys and Black girls, because of course we believe in duality, and it's centered around learning how to play chess. So these programs are out there, but I would agree with you, sister. We tend to overwhelmingly see these concepts and ideas of Black girl magic. I actually have discussed this concept that I think telling Black girls that they're magical is problematic, because it gives a person the idea and concept that they have certain beliefs and capabilities that they don't actually have. And then when they're let down, they're sitting there looking like, oh, what the hell? I don't know what to do next. So I don't believe that Black women are magical. I don't believe that Black men are wizards. I think we are human beings with human capabilities, and we need to be realistic about what those capabilities are.
Yes, because I'm just, I think it's way too much emphasis on the Black, just Black women soaring. But I'm like, well, what about the Black men?
Yeah, we have to do it together. Absolutely.
Yeah, we have to.
We have to do it together. Yeah, it's like working your bicep but not your tricep. It's like working your quad but not your hamstring. And so I'm a huge advocate of duality, whatever. For example, when I was in community college that I went to, they have an African American Male Initiative. I came and I spoke right at the African American Male Initiative and asked the question, "Where's the female equivalent?" And then they said, "Oh, we have one. It's called such and such and such and such." I said, "I'm just checking. We need to have duality here, right?" But I will agree with you, sister. We tend not to find that. We've even seen many organizations of corporate America, many businesses of corporate America create initiatives and set asides, particularly for Black women, not for Black men. And so you are on point when you bring that up.
Yeah.
So would you say right now our culture, would you say is pro-male, pro-female, or is it equality right now? Because it sounds like Miss Jackson is saying we need to be more pro-male. What do you think?
I think our culture right now, and I hope some other people can tap in. I think right now, I would answer the question this way. I think the culture right now is matriarchal.
So what do you think it should be?
I think it should be. I think there should be duality with male executive leadership.
Okay, but you're pro patriarchy, but you think it should be a duality?
Well, that's the way I raised my son and daughter.
Okay, so why don't you think it should be completely male?
Because I said the way I raised my son and daughter, I raised them with a sense of gender equality. I would never tell my daughter. Well, I mean, my daughter knows there are certain things that she can't do because she's not a boy, right? But I would never tell my daughter that because she's a girl, because she's a woman, that there are certain things, certain attributes or characteristics that she's unable to engage in.
Okay, but I mean, if most men, let's say men, did get power and they think like you, it would just loop back to. I mean, how can you have a patriarchy if it's not pro-male, if it's not male dominated?
Well, yeah, and like I said it before, I do believe that men need to be in charge. So, I mean, we have a matriarchy right now, and we see that it's not working. Our community, for the most part, is a dumpster fire as a result of that. If we want to keep it a buck and be honest, and we see that we know a tree by the fruit it bears, and we see with our children that every generation they're turning out even worse. If I wanted to use a biblical reference, every generation now we're seeing that the Joshua generation is not surpassing the Moses generation and with educational attainment and so on and so forth. So it's definitely a problem. And Brother Byron has stated this, and I would agree that this was by design, right? They knew that if you had a matriarchal community, the community would become a clusterfuck, for lack of better words.
So the main reason you don't want to be pro-male is because you have a daughter.
No, I am pro-male, but what I'm also saying is I do believe in gender equality.
Okay.
Well, so for example, my daughter knows that because her brother is the oldest, if I'm not in the home, he's the leader. But there are different times in my household where I create initiatives to where I give my daughter a chance to experience what it means to be a leader and the responsibility that comes with that. Because what if something happens to me and her brother? She has to carry on the legacy. And I don't want her not to know what the hell to do, not know how to occupy that space.
Okay.
And part of that comes from in my household. My sister's the oldest, and so she's the leader, right? My sister, my brother, then myself. And so whenever my parents weren't in the home, my sister would be the one in charge, right? But there were times when my parents would say, "Okay, Bakari, you're going to be in charge today, and this is what this type of being in charge looks like. This is what you need to make sure it gets done. This is how you need to lead, so on and so forth." And so as a result, when I had my own children, I knew how to be a leader. I knew how to be a parent, so on and so forth. So I guess you can argue some of it was what we would call a rite of passage, where I was getting certain particular training so I would know what to do when I became an adult. And Brother PW Aphrodisiac says that's not, how is it matriarchal? Love Ash says that's not gender equality. Mary Shaw says that's understandable. I need you all to tap in and come in and share what you mean by these statements. So, but Brother Seattle, what say you to the answer that I gave you?
Say that again.
Yes. What are your views of the answer that I provided?
I hear you, but equality of them is decent. So, unfortunately, I think your sons will need to get ahead of your daughter for a true patriarchy.
Well, you said he needs to get ahead of her.
Yes, for a true patriarchy, your sons will need to be ahead of your daughter.
I don't understand what you mean by ahead.
Because in a true patriarchy, then the men hold the power. So it's not about, it can't be it's equality. The men have to hold that power for it to be a patriarchy. It can't be the women also have some
Well, I hold the
patronage.
power. I'm the only man in the home. He's a young man. But my daughter would tell you she looks up to her brother. She believes he's a leader. She follows him. She would tell you she looks up to him more than anyone in her life, even me and myself and her mother. But once again, I'm not raising my daughter to be incompetent, and so she needs to know what it means to be in a position of leadership, what that entails, and how to move in that space. And so I have to give her time to be a leader as well.
Okay. So what type of men like in that system, what type of man would you say your daughter would marry? Or is the man going to be beneath her economically, or?
According to my daughter, she's going to want to be with someone like her brother.
Okay. Well, basically, the young men are young men,
You're breaking up.
you know, and the men have to hold the power. It can't, I understand what you're saying about her being independent, but then under
Well,
that system, you
I
can't
never
have a
said,
patriarchy.
I never said anything about her being independent.
But you said
we believe in interdependence. I never said anything about independent.
but you said if something happened to the brothers, you want her to be able to defend
I
herself.
said if something happened to myself and her brother, she would then be responsible for continuing the family legacy. And the only way she would be able to do that is I prepared her for that responsibility while I'm still around. Just like in my family, even though I was the youngest, my dad prepared my sister, my brother, and myself on how to move forward the family legacy if something happened to my mom and dad.
Okay. So you're not saying she's going to be. I mean, that sounds like independent. To me, it sounds like the same argument that let's say an empowered quote unquote black woman would say about just in case she, she doesn't have to rely on her man. She can just be. It's pretty much the same argument.
No, it's not. What I stated was that if I was to expire and if her brother was to expire, it would be my daughter's responsibility to carry on the family legacy, meaning my will would go to her. So therefore, it makes that her responsibility. That would be irresponsible of me to not raise both of my children to be able to carry on my family legacy. If I were to expire, that's ridiculous. I'm not going to teach my daughter how to carry on the family legacy just because she's a woman. That's ridiculous.
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that you're saying gender equality, but again, patriarchy. A true patriarchy has to be pro male, so the men have to have more power. It's not about people in Saudi Arabia and in Turkey aren't talking about gender equality under a patriarchal system.
I'm not Saudi Arabian or Turkish.
No,
but those I'm giving examples of patriarchies, though. Those men
technically,
don't
by the
talk about
definition, he is
gender
right, though,
equality.
Brother Lolo. And that was the point I was trying to make earlier. Technically,
But
he is.
the thing is, we already crossed that bridge, and we said what? We said black manhood. This is what we said.
So you don't want a patriarchy. You want black manhood.
Black male leadership, yes,
but not a patriarchy.
Well, like I said, my definition of patriarchy is nuanced, and one of the things we mentioned was there's an evolving definition of patriarchy. Because to be honest with you, in any form of leadership, if you are rigid, it's not going to last. It's going to be self-destructive, right? As someone who was in the military, someone who did 6 years, someone who was an NCO, or someone who was a sergeant, someone who had had the responsibility of preserving the lives of my soldiers who were under my leadership, there are times when you're going to have to be able to what? Not be a oak tree and be rigid, but be a willow tree and be able to what? Be fluid.
So, and I'm not, I'm taking shots at you, but you do realize your view is literally a first wave feminist point of view, right? You're basically saying you need to make sure your daughter is strong enough in case men can't handle their part of the deal.
That's not what
But
I said in any way, shape, or form. You're
that's
conflating what I
basically
said. No, it isn't. I never said anything about my daughter being strong. I never said anything about men not being able to handle their business. I said if I was to expire, meaning if I was to die, and if her brother was to die, it would then be her responsibility to carry on the family legacy because my will would go to her.
So you're talking about strictly your daughter in the family household, but I mean,
I
I'm
didn't
talking
say
on a
household. I said
grander.
family legacy.
Okay. But I'm saying on a larger scale, on a societal nation
I'm
scale.
not speaking about that. I'm talking about in my family.
Okay, yeah, but we're talking about patriarchy.
But the thing is, patriarchy is defined by different things for different groups of people based
I
on
don't
where they
agree.
are in the world.
I don't agree
Literally.
with that.
I mean, it's the reality. Just
I think
like Christianity is defined as a different thing based on different groups and different people where they are in the world. You have Orthodox, Eastern Orthodox, you have Catholicism, Protestant, so on and so forth. So based on who you're dealing with, what group of people, where they are in the world is defined as something different. But I would never want to be with a woman who's incompetent and can't think for herself.
Of course, no one's saying that.
That's like having a newborn baby.
Of course. I mean, I'm not saying that. And I know you have a daughter, so you're thinking about her best will. The way you're talking, that's definitely not a patriarchy, sir. That's all I'm saying.
I'm sorry?
I say I understand that you have a daughter and you want the best for her, but the way you're talking, that's definitely not a patriarchy.
In your opinion?
In how patriarchies are run in countries where it's actually a patriarchy, yes.
Well, I would argue that the countries you mentioned, particularly Saudi Arabia, I would argue what they've got really going on there is a sexism and misogyny on steroids.
Okay.
When you have a situation where a woman can't even have her own bank account, that ain't patriarchy. That's sexism and misogyny on steroids.
By Quillan community didn't, because I heard you say that you were alluding to you were agreeing with something I was saying, because I think you might be able to see what I'm trying to say.
No, yeah, that's what I was just trying to tell that, but he already fixed this earlier. I was just trying to say, like, by the definition, what you are saying is correct. That is patriarchy, and like by the definition and by the history of how it was run, that is how it's supposed to be. And that's why I was and that's why we was discussing basically changing the name, we redefining the definition and everything else. But technically, you are correct.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I mean, look, that's fine. If you don't want a true patriarchy, that's fine. Like, if you want something else, if you want something that's more pro-female, you want women to have some power, sure, but that's definitely not a patriarchy.
Well, I didn't even say pro-female. I would say pro-black. Because the reality of the situation is we don't get anywhere unless both of us are moving forward.
Okay, well, I respect that view.
I mean, it's a reality, because what happens is if both of us doesn't move forward, they just play us against each other like pawns on the chessboard. And that's one of the reasons why, in my humble opinion, the feminist movement was able to come in and co-opt many Black women to the feminist movement and remove them from the Black liberation movement, because there weren't any avenues for leadership in Black organizations. No one wants to be part of an organization in which they don't even have the opportunity of leadership. The person's going to become disenchanted, and then guess what? They're going to open themselves up to other opportunities. This is just a reality. It's like playing on the basketball team and you never get to shoot the ball. At some point, they're going to be like, man, dang, man, I'm going to go to another team. Well, at least I get a chance to shoot.
Well, what I'm taking from this is that it's only enforcing that most Black American men can't get their women to cooperate with them. That's definitely what I'm learning from this conversation.
Well, I think most modern women don't cooperate with men, period, especially modern women.
I would agree with you on that.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
irrespective of race, that's a real modern women.
American women in general, yes.
Yeah, American women in general, yes. They I ain't cooperating nothing. I'm gonna do whatever the hell I want, and then the man has to make a decision. Do you want to put up with that, or do you want to keep it moving?
And that's the point I was trying to make earlier. It's like a Western society thing because of the whole media, and it's spreading. It's even touching some parts of Africa now.
Yes,
as a society, they pushing this for because they want these women to stay single. You know why women spend the most money? They're the biggest consumers. They want them to be single. They're gonna turn 40, get on antidepressant pills and all this other stuff, be mentally break down. It's all a game. We already know it's for profits.
Absolutely.
They trying to break the whole family structure.
And then we know that when the children are being and raised in that environment, they're unprotected. So what happens? They are able to come in, put your child on all type of medication, get them involved in the carceral state. They know what they're doing. Yeah, they know exactly what they're doing. So that's the real that's a huge issue. A huge issue. Everybody knows that irrespective of what community or racial ethnic background you're talking about, the children tend to be less protected when the father isn't in the home. This is just a reality.
Okay.
And we know that even when black men are protecting their communities, there's a sister, she has a show called a channel called Pink Book Lessons, where they would go around, brothers would show up, defend black women's honor, and the women we'd be sitting there screaming at them, I don't need you taking up for me.
Okay.
This nonsensical behavior.
Well, I think, looking at the title of your streams, and I answer the question, does patriarchy help or hurt the black community? Considering what patriarchy is, it would definitely hurt, but I don't even think it's possible, to be honest with you. As I'm looking at the chat now, and yeah, it's not, patriarchy is not even possible, because I'll be honest with you, I don't think most black men would have not only the balls, but I think it's in our culture. Like we can't even, you just said it yourself. You'd rather have more of an equality basis, and most black men really wouldn't put.
Well, no, I didn't say equality based. I said I believe in gender equality, but in my household, the buck stops with me. Nothing happens unless I sign off on it.
Okay.
I mean, and I mentioned this through the whole stream. That's how I run things in my home.
Okay. Well, yeah, I don't. That's it's good to hear, but
and if the person I'm with makes a decision without running it past me first, guess what happens? They got to kick rocks.
Okay. Well, it sounds like definitely pro male in your house, but I don't think most black men, and speaking about our community in particular, but I would say this about all American men, most black men wouldn't have the gall to tell their women or have that type of control over their women, for sure.
Okay. But a ghost, what say you before we close it out?
I just really learned a lot from the conversation specifically between you and Diallo, and then as well from what Jabril and Bikwalan chimed in. So that actually kind of made me shift my perspective a little bit. Originally, I was kind of leaning a little bit more towards Lumumba's argument, or what I took his argument to be. But after listening, I think there were some points that I didn't fully understand, but I might have disagreed with a little bit of what Diallo was saying. Some points, but I mean, he did make me think a little bit in terms of what he was saying. I'm not sure if I fully understood or if he got to fully flesh out his argument on what his best solution or system was, or maybe I just didn't understand it. But I definitely think it's something that for all of us to, or at least for me, I would say, to take a step back and kind of analyze, what is the best solution? Because even the Seattle sideshow, he does make a good point there. It's like, are we all truly men? Are we all truly interested in, having power and being under that system? So I don't know. I don't really have a rigid stance myself, a hard stance after listening to everybody. But it was a good discussion and I learned a lot from it. What I wanted to say real quick though, I did want to kind of touch on the Trina, the Black American, whatever. I'm not sure her full name, channel name, but
what she was saying about, I think that was an important point. What she was saying about like the men building, and then furthermore the conversation about the opportunities for young black males and stuff. I think we have to. I think what she was trying to say, one thing she was trying to say is that we should stop focusing on certain arguments about like the power struggle per se, which I get that. The only thing is, I think we also have to be careful not to be dismissive of reality and things that are
Yeah,
really going
absolutely.
on in terms of,
And,
you
and
know,
if I could interject,
yeah,
the reason why that's important is because most young men who grow up in a household with their mothers, the mothers raise those boys to be punks and beta males. And then complain about how they aren't in the man in the community building and doing anything and being leaders, but they raise their son to not be one. This is the reality. Most young men who are raised by their mothers turn out to be punks and beta males in sense. You all know this.
Yep.
So this is why we have to address this issue.
Right.
Not to, yeah. Not to mention
hyper emotional, want to shoot you because you looked at them wrong. These are young men who are being raised by their mothers who bad behave and act this way. So we have to address that issue.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the most, I think that might be the most dangerous side of it, is the hyper aggression, as I put in the chat, and you know, because that leads to the violence, which, you know, men killing men, and you know, which is actively deleting, you know, soldiers.
Our community, absolutely. Brother Byron says raising them to be the type of man they want, right? Someone that they this is why this concept of son husbands came out, right? I remember I watched an episode of Ayana Van Zant's show, where she was on there and she had the sister in there who said she was a diva and everything, and they were having tea in the bathroom. And the sister said, Sister Ayana Van Zant said, do you know why we're having tea in the bathroom? She said, no. She said, it's extremely inappropriate, isn't it? She said, yes. She says, exactly. And this is just as inappropriate as your behavior has been with your son. You don't never want him to leave the nest. This is why Dr. Jawan Kunjufu, he wrote a book entitled Raising Black Boys. And when she said some, keyword, some mothers raise their daughters but love their sons. The daughter goes to Penn State, the son goes to the state pen. We see this every day in our community, and no one would say a word about it. It's like trying to put lipstick on a pig.
So how would you say that we address hyper emotional men then? I mean,
well, the first thing we have to do is we have to advocate for fathers raising and having custody of their sons. That's why I was part of the Montgomery County Fatherhood Initiative, so that these things wouldn't happen. Where my son, when he wasn't with me, he was getting in trouble in school all the time. I got a hold of him. He was in the home with me 6 days a week. All those problems went away. And he told me that what changed was I knew with you, if I got in trouble, there were going to be consequences. With my mom, I could finagle my way out of it by telling her something that sounded good.
Okay.
So we have to advocate. And part of this, we have to advocate what men raising their sons, and we have to equip them with knowledge so that if they do have to go through a situation in which they're divorced, they know how to be able to at the very least, have their child 50% of the time.
So pro-male.
You're going to have to be.
Okay. So definitely not gender equality.
And the reason why I say that is, and I tell people all the time, experience is the best teacher, right? I know from experience that no matter how feminist a woman is, when something goes wrong, she's going to look at you as the man and say, what you going to do about it? I know because I've experienced this in my 30-some years on the planet. I know this from experience. All that stuff, it sounds good. Now what you going to do? You the man. I thought you didn't believe in that. So like I said, I have the Kobe Bryant rule. If I'm going to be blamed for us losing the game, I'm taking the last shot.
Okay, so we agree there. We need to be pro-male.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you can't show me a community throughout the world in which they aren't led by men and they're not led by men and they're successful and competitive.
Okay.
Point blank, period.
All right. Yeah, you're completely right. We need to do the opposite of what we've been doing, the gender equality. We need to be pro-male, yeah.
This isn't the movie Black Panther. It doesn't work that way in the real world.
Bro, gender equality is not what you're seeing in America right now. This is like third wave feminism, bro. I think you're like you keep conflating the two, but women being able to have certain like rights does not mean like what do you like? Why do you
No, I'm
keep
not opposed
conflating?
to women having equal rights.
No,
I
no,
just
no,
think,
no, not you.
oh,
Seattle Slicer. He keeps bringing up no gender equality, pro male. Like no, it's a
Yeah, we
balance, bro.
need we
What
need
you
the
seeing
pro
in the
male.
West right now? This is just third wave feminism, bro. This is not even gender equality.
I
They
never
have a whole
said
gender.
that this is gender equality. This is definitely pro female.
I mean, they have a whole agenda behind this. This is like third wave feminism, bro. It's radical feminism, bro. It's a whole gender behind it. Like, yeah, you can
and
say
we,
you're
and yeah,
female.
No, the only
yeah,
reason I said gender equality is because earlier he was talking about gender equality, and I'm pretty much
Yeah,
saying that even he's agreeing that we need to be pro male.
but I think you could be pro male and have men in positions of leadership and women still be equal. I don't think women
exactly.
are less
No,
than men.
I
I
don't
mean,
agree with that.
I
No,
wouldn't tell my daughter she's less than her brother.
yeah, I can't. I don't agree. You can't be pro male and how can you be pro male and equal male?
How did you get here? A man and a woman. It's a balance, bro. You need both.
That's biology. We're talking about societal structures. How can you be pro male and equal male at the same
Well, I think
time?
we have an equal. We all have we have jobs of equal importance. That's what I believe. We know from the African culture perspective, going all the way back to ancient Kemet, classical African culture, we have duality, male and female, in order to have what life in order in the universe, in the cosmos, in the community. So even though I might be public facing, and we're just using a stereotype of what gender roles in the family, the mom's job might be what home in the home, right, or child facing. It doesn't mean that those jobs are not of equal importance because there's a balance that has to be duality there.
Well, yeah, but responsibility isn't the same as equality.
Anyone else want to tap in?
Yeah, to touch on that one, I think that Seattle, you're making it like an exclusive term. You're saying that what I think brother Lumumba is saying that you can still be a proponent of men and advocate for men while also saying that men and women can have equal rights in society. Does that make sense?
Okay, I mean, I see where he's knowing. I mean, and here's the thing: I'm not saying I want to be in a society where women don't have rights, since I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying that it needs to work. Like he said earlier, we definitely need to be more pro male on instead of looking at terms of like being equal and equality. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that can't happen, but that's my point. But responsibility is not equality on top of that. So I mean, you can be responsible for things. You could have duties and whatnot, but that doesn't mean that it's a 50-50 role or however you want to look at it. But
Feminism has ruined our views in all of this. That's the problem. It's feminism. Like, do you notice how do you notice the correlation of like what he's saying? Every time you say equality, his first thing is like women domination, because it's this
no,
whole
it's not.
feminist movement.
No, I never said women dominate because of it. That's not what I'm thinking.
I'm just saying because you just keep saying pro male, pro male, pro male. Like, I don't want to live in a like whole society just like you know what I mean. I feel like it has to be a balance. Like I'm not saying that men are
Me
supposed to
too.
take leadership roles and be held accountable. You feel me? Have responsibilities. I'm not saying that,
I mean, it
but
sounds like you think that I'm saying that we need to be living like jihadists or something. We're only men. It's not. I
yeah,
mean,
that's what it sounds like.
no, but I mean, it sounds to me like you have a problem with men having power, and that's what I mean. That kind of bothers me.
Now, my thing is, men can have power without women just being powerless. Like women can still have
No one
rights. And
said
men have power.
women be powerless.
So why do
Who
you keep
said that?
like? So why are you opposed to gender equality? Are you going by this whole society's definition? Is that like what's the problem?
I'm not opposed to gender equality. I never said. I said that we need to be pro male. I'm not saying that women shouldn't have rights. I mean, you're taking something out of that.
Now we're saying the same thing. And we're agreeing then. If you're saying that, then we're agreeing.
Yeah,
All right.
of course. I'm not saying women
All
shouldn't
right.
have rights to say what you do to a male.
We're going to get ready to close it out. So I'm going to tap it into Sister Trina, Brother Jabril, Brother B. Qualan, Brother Ghost, and Brother Seattle Sideshow. You all of you watching, make sure you hit the subscribe and the like button, thumbs up, as well as the notification bell. And if you want to drop a final comment in the chat, please do so. But we're going to start with you, Sister Jackson. I'm sorry, Sister Jackson. Woo! Now,
I get that all the time. I get the sorry, Miss Jackson, all the time.
I bet you do.
But I wanted to say a comment about the women go to Penn State and the men go to the state pen.
Yes, ma'am.
I noticed a lot of Black families do that. It's
do.
always putting the drive in the daughters, and then they tell the sons, get a job and stay out the prison system. But you know one thing, I noticed a lot of that in Black family TV sitcoms. I noticed this years ago where when it came to the Black family TV sitcoms, it was the daughter that was smart and the Black son was the stupid one, the dumb one. Good Times. You know, JJ, he's the artist.
Yeah,
And then Thelma was the one that was the smart one. I mean, Michael was smart, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. And also, we to speak on that, we oftentimes see African American sitcoms in which if the young man is smart, he is seen as effeminate and socially awkward. So the Fresh Prince with Carlton, Family Matters with Steve Urkel. So we see these narratives of when Black men are intelligent, they're put in caricatures in which they're undesirable. So I think that's a great point that you made there, Sister Jackson. Make sure you hit the subscribe and like buttons. Brother Jabril.
I'll start off by saying, I'll start with the subject at hand, patriarchy. And we came to a conclusion, Brother Lumumba. That's not an African terminology. We'll find a better terminology and we'll come back to the community with that one.
Yes, we're going to have a part two. Sister Shy, that we have a part two, and we're going to have a part two where we come up with that definition because we out here cooking, and I appreciate you.
With all the incredible scholars we've had, I'm sure we have multiple definitions. We just haven't either come across it or it's just eluding us right now. But I'll say that's a European dichotomy, a European ideology. It's literally the definition is European culture through and through. So we'll put that to the side. And what I'll say is, oftentimes what we see online and on social media is things to divide the Black man and the Black woman. Brothers and sisters, we need each other. Without each other, we're not going to survive. And that's exactly what the enemy's counting down on and what the enemy's looking forward to. That's why they push all this divisive rhetoric between Black men and Black women online. And I always say this after every show Brother Lumumba has, is I say the solution of all solutions that we rarely bring up is to organize the masses of our people. Organize. Exactly, Brother Lumumba. That's the solution. Yep, one of my heroes. That's the solution of all solutions. Any issue we have can be solved within organizations. If you are African, and Black and African is the same thing, right? If you're Black, you're African. If you're African, you're Black. And that also goes to the people who call themselves African but are Arabs and Caucasians. They're not Africans. I'll just put that to the side. Join a revolutionary African organization fighting for the liberation of our people. And I'll leave it at that. Respect.
Absolutely. I appreciate the education. I appreciate you all pushing back because we have a conversation here. And I appreciate you all letting me know that patriarchy is an inaccurate definition of Black male leadership in the home and in the community. And I appreciate the education that I've received today as well. We're going to go to Brother B. Qualan.
Peace, family. Peace. Appreciate you for the panel. It was a great show. I loved it. And I feel like we came to an understanding. I can't wait for the next bill. I can't wait for part two.
Yeah. We're going to have part two maybe a couple weeks from now because I'm going to start trying to put the article together. Right now, I'm in the middle of putting together my dissertation proposal, which is the first 3 chapters of my dissertation. So I'm going to have to find time to squeeze that in as well. But
I bet I can't wait.
I might do a show on my dissertation. my dissertation topic. So matter of fact, we're gonna be jumping this thing, right? You know what I'm saying? But brother, Seattle sideshow. What's the last take you want to give? We can't hear you.
Sorry, my bad.
Okay.
I just wanted to say I'm pro Black men, period, point blank, whatever you subscribe to, whether you're pro Africanism, pro Caribbean, pro Europe, whatever, as long as, you know, we're leveling up and we're taking power. I don't agree with the notion that just because your skin is brown, that you're African culture and that you're African. I mean, if that was the case, then all white people are European culture, and I definitely don't agree with that. But that's a different topic. Whatever you want to go out there, set yourself forward and make yourself happy, find peace. That's all that it's about. That's what I'm for. This was a great discussion. I definitely wish you guys the best. Whatever makes you happy, however you want to reclaim power, and, you know, keep finding those ways to be happy. And I'm all for it.
No doubt. And this part, real quick, are you calling from the Emerald City? I couldn't hear you.
Yes, I am.
Okay, King County. King County is the county that Seattle is located in. So shout out to Seattle. We out here on the West Coast. We're growing out here. Brother Ghost, what say you?
Yeah, great conversation. I don't have too much more to say about that hasn't already been said, but great conversation. One thing I did want to say, just to shift topics real quick, did you ever cover Wakanda Forever, the second movie?
I did not, and I need to do so. So thank you.
Okay.
I will make sure I do that later this week because I did watch the movie.
Okay, yeah, because I just wanted to see.
Yeah, and I would do
what
a
you had to
review.
say.
You all could tap in, but what I will say is I think she should have killed Namor. She should have killed that mother. Okay, like,
Agreed.
I was like, you killed this mother now. Okay, shit, what the fuck is wrong with you? Okay, I was like, you killed that mother. And here the motherfucker killed your mama. Hey, he got to go. You got to clap that dude like Birdman and Clips. Okay, for real. I was like, I don't know what she on, for real.
Just real quick, Lumumba, could you link some books, like your top books for like African history or politics, anything, in the chat? It looks like you read a lot. You got the library.
I do. I'm a
you got the library behind you.
Yeah, I'm a voracious reader. So let me do this real quick, because this library section here, this bookshelf with all of my African history books. The one in the middle deals with African American history, culture, and politics. Then the one on the left, of course, I'm getting my doctorate in higher education, focuses on, of course, higher ed and Black perspectives in education, so on and so forth. So,
okay, yeah, I would just like to know your top, top books for like,
I would say history. That's kind of tough. I would say How Europe Underdeveloped Africa is one by Walter Rodney. I would argue, let's see here.
When We Ruled by Robin Walker.
Yes, When We Ruled by Robin Walker. This is another good one by Dr. Molefe Asante, The History of Africa, The Quest for Internal Harmony. I think this is a good history book on African history. I think
what's the author of that one? The History of Africa.
Molefe Asante. The Destruction of Black Civilization, I think, is a good book. What do you all think about that? Destruction of Black Civilization. I think that's
you could try Pre-Colonial Black Africa by Cheikh Anta Diop.
Yes, Pre-Colonial, yes. Cheikh Anta Diop. I had that one up here. Can't find it off the list, but yeah. Here we go. Pre-Colonial Black Africa by Cheikh Anta Diop. This is it here. Absolutely. So.
Okay, absolutely. All right.
Let me see if I can grab a couple others. I think another good book that focuses on some of the stereotypes of Africa is Mistaking Africa, Curiosities and Inventions of the American Mind by Curtis Clem and Carolyn Somerville. This deals with a lot of the stereotypes and misconceptions that the Western world promotes about Africa. I think this is a good book as well if we want to look at understanding these contemporary misconceptions, as they state the curiosities and inventions of the American mind, Mistaking Africa.
All right. Thank you very much.
And maybe one last one is the legacy. Hold on real quick. It's not that. I think I put it up here. Islam's black slaves. So oftentimes when we talk about the transatlantic slave trade, but we don't talk about what? We don't talk about the trans-Arab slave trade, or trans-Saharan slave trade, or Islam's black slaves. The house I'll have to cover.
Who's the author of that one?
The author of this book is Ronald Siegel. And I'm trying to see, because there's a couple other Johns that I really want to tap in. Oh, yeah. And Brother B. Quran, he put this up on his IG. And this book is Fighting the Slave Trade, West African Strategies.
Oh, yeah.
Many people would argue, I'm out here thugging, baby. I stay
Yeah, you got them all.
Ain't no safety on this Glock. Ain't no safety on this Glock, baby. You know how we get down. Many people would argue, many ignorant persons would argue, particularly individuals who are moving in the ADOS and FBA community, that there were never any African nation states or leaders that fought against, of course, the indignities of the transatlantic slave trade. We know that is not true. I even have another book.
So who's up? Can you give me the author of that one, The Fighting the Slave Trade?
Yeah, it's edited by Civilian A. Diop. So I can't really pronounce the person's name, but and then I have another, If We Must Die. This is by Eric Robert Taylor. This is a book on shipboard insurrections in the era of the transatlantic slave trade. I actually had my daughter reading a little bit of this summer. So once again, there are numerous books, numerous texts on the African fight for resistance, starting in the Barracoons, on the coast, throughout the Middle Passage, and even, of course, in the Maroon societies, in the Deaf and Decadence, and the Western diaspora. So this, once again, we know that we have always fought, and we will continue to fight until we regain our position as a free, proud, and productive people. And we know to do that, we have to organize.
Yeah.
So
let me add one.
Yes, sir.
This is The Falsification of African Consciousness by Dr. Amos N. Wilson. Incredible book.
Banger.
So
Dr. Amos.
And I think the reason why this is important is because many people would argue with people in the conscious community, I'll be telling you to have a book to read. This is true in part, but part of it is we want to make sure that we're doing what we are undergirding what we're doing with copiant scholarship. So we're not out here just speculating, making decisions based on conjecture. We're actually reading, we're studying, we're interrogating the literature that we're reading, and then as a result, we're coming to a position that we believe is best for our community. An example of that is what we did today, in which we decided to dispel, the term patriarchy, because it's not congruent with what African culture, African history, and African systems and ways of being. Would you all agree? Brother Jabril, Brother Biqualan.
Facts.
Right. So this is why it's important that we undergo what we're doing with what? Scholarship. We also know that, unfortunately, when we talk about the enemies of African liberation at home and abroad, one of the major things that they do is they push misinformation. So we have to always guard against what misinformation, because we know, as Minister Farrakhan stated, a organized lie is more powerful than a disorganized truth, right? And then, of course, last but not least, and I tell every Black person this, when we go into the Negro church, the mosque, and the synagogue, we're told that the book that we should have in our hand at all times is the Bible. We're told that the book that we should have in our hand is the Quran. I disagree. I believe if you are a Black person who is serious about Black liberation, then the book
Dr. Amos Wilson.
The Blueprint for Black Power by Dr. Amos Wilson. And as you can see, mine is marked up like the subway in Harlem, okay?
I knew he was going to pull it up.
I had this thing for about 2 years. So I believe that this is the blueprint, right here, right? And so Dr. Amos Wilson goes in, he talks about the importance of the family as a power structure, as a actually purveyor and creator of chapter 3, actually, the social cultural origins of power. He talks about the family as a power system. I actually had my daughter read that chapter this past summer. We went over what Dr. Amos Wilson was talking about the importance of the family as a power system. One of the things that Dr. Amos Wilson talks about is that part of having a family is you are able to develop and learn how to engage in affectional relations. My daughter said, well, what is that? And I'm going to show you all a picture. She said, well, what are affectional relations? And I showed her this picture of her and her brother. Right? I don't know if you all can see that. Well, she's grabbing him and she's kissing him. And he's like, but get off of me, right? I said, these are affectional relations. These are important aspects of having a family. and be able to do it in a safe environment where you don't have to worry about someone harming you or trying to take that affection and turn it into something that is sexually nefarious is of extreme importance. Shay, Black Power.
Black power.
That's what would you say you are happy?
Happy with and what
Like
concept?
your life in general. Seems like you're a happy man.
I am.
Okay,
And
yeah,
the reason
that's what I like to see, you know,
and the,
regardless
and the,
of what you subscribe to.
yeah.
I like to
And,
see happy Black men.
and the reason why I can say I'm happy is because I'm doing what I want to do in life.
Absolutely.
So yeah.
I will add with Dr. Amos, to me, Dr. Amos is like the most brilliant mind. If you're hearing about this brother and you've seen these books, you can actually start by checking out his lectures. That's how I got into
Yeah,
it. He has a ton of lectures. And to me, it's like if for me, he was like, I got consciousness, and my inception to consciousness was Malcolm, watching Malcolm lectures, and that grew over time. And then for me, Dr. Amos was like the glasses, essentially, like everything's blurry, and then you put on the glasses, and everything is clear. That's what Dr. Amos was to me.
Absolutely.
So start off with the lectures, and then get his book. He has like a
right. The other thing I would say, talking about being pro-Black male, here's another book by Dr. Amos Wilson. It's called Issues of Manhood in Black and White, an incisive look into masculinity and the societal definition of the African man. I think you should check that out. And I think you should also go online and check out Dr. Jawanza Kunjufu's lecture on YouTube entitled Countering the Conspiracy to Destroy Black Boys. And he goes in on a number of different institutions that play a role in trying to destroy Black boys. And they say the reason why they try to destroy Black boys is because if you get them when they're a boy, they will never become a man. So we have to understand that. And he also talks about it's like child abuse. It's like the dad is abusing the child and the mother kind of looks away and turns away and doesn't do anything about it. And he really goes in, unfortunately, on a lot of Black women who inhibit Black male progress, Black male development, and actually play a role in destroying Black boys. But also, last but not least, I want to make sure I would be remiss in my duty if I have you all here and I don't mention, I would love for you all to go to my website, LumumbaSpeaks.com. As you all know, we are a Black Empowerment Initiative where we believe we could gain a competitive advantage by always betting on Black. And if you could, please check out my latest two publications entitled Why I'm Critical of Critical Theory, where I examine critical theory and its unwillingness to center the work of scholars and theorists outside of the Western European sphere of influence, particularly the work of the late 19th and early 20th century Black scholars, Dr. Anna Julia Cooper, Dr. W.B. Du Bois, and of course, Dr. Carter G. Woodson. That is my latest publication. I think it's a great read, and I would love for you all to actually take a look at that. And then you could tap in, you can send me a message and let me know what you thought of it. So with that being said, I appreciate you all for spending almost 4 hours on here with me. But we're going to call it a night because it's actually morning here on the East Coast. But until next time, y'all know what to do. Always bet on Black. Peace.